time, dude. How have you been?
Support Ukraine. We help them to destroy Russian combat capabilities that could potentially be a threat against us. Support Ukraine is not charity. Support Ukraine is an investment in our own security, and the alternative is more expensive.
It makes no sense. We need to spend money to save money. It's the typical fucking bullshit. Up is down, you know. We got this guy, the Ukrainian. Ah, fuck that one. Take a look. Combat. This happens in every country. Combat, do you think this guy was signed up for conscript for mobilization and didn't meet into the office? Or do you think he was just snatched up from the street randomly?
Oh, Syria.
Because to me, this looks like a random guy that they're just catching randoms, though.
А ну кто пойдет? Надо кому-то писку дать.
How would they know who's driving this car and where it is, dude? These are mobilization officers who's kidnapping people, and they were waiting in hiding there, dude.
Опа! Пиздец, Витя.
Что пиздец?
Ой, сколько их.
Combat is making it seem like these people only like kidnap people who doesn't meet up, dude. Yeah, Sama, you need to make sure that your phone isn't registered online, dude. But I just don't. If it's a foreign number, it's a scam, most likely. The same thing happens in Norway. So this is the hackers. Click lock. Is that gonna work? Click lock what?
Переклоцни на другие каналы.
I'm not quite sure what they did, dude.
Давай.
I don't know.
М1 канал.
Може цей Путіна?
Може Путін здох?
Лебедине озеро шкутять, СССР, коли вмирав цей якийсь чувак.
I don't know what they hacked, dude. They hacked something. Moving on. Pelosi. Joe Biden is sharp.
Joe Biden has vision, he has knowledge, he has a strategic thinker. This is a very sharp president.
He is sharp.
So it was his wife. I can send you. Let me just send you a click log. Let me see what you think about this. Because it looks kind of bad, dude. It looks kind of suspicious that he was a pro-Ukraine.
Joe Biden has vision, he has knowledge, he has a strategic thinker. This is a very...
So Biden is just like fucking Albert Einstein, dude.
Sharp president.
He is sharp. He is on top of things.
You can tell that this is also very scripted. Sharp. Remember to use the word sharp.
President Biden is strong. He exercises. He rides his bike. He's sharp mentally.
He's sharp.
Sharp. You know, and he's got a very good grasp of the issues.
He is sharp, intensely
very fucking scripted, dude.
probing and detail-oriented and focused.
Fuck, that guy was just, please pay me, dude. Come, but you want to vote for this guy?
Clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking.
PPG wants to vote for this guy, dude. We got the Belgian. Yes, he's a neocon, dude. Obviously, you wouldn't want to vote for him. There's people on Twitch Combat who wants to vote for this guy because he's not Trump. And he's better with unions than Trump. That's the reason. Hey Ants, Simberg, what's up? How did you pick that name, Ants? We got the Belgian MEP Mark Butinka talking about the genocide of Palestinians. This is very unique in Europe, boys.
Aujourd'hui à Gaza, tous les jours, on découvre des
Where is Shakay? Shakay. Are you here? By the way, mass graves were found. 700 people tortured, missing organs, beheadings, execution-style wounds, hands tied behind their backs. What's happening in Gaza is worse than in Auschwitz.
Charniers, des fosses communes, qui sont le symbole de tout génocide. Des centaines de corps, parfois en uniforme médical.
Yeah, doctors, nurses, journalists, UN workers.
Parfois apparemment menottés, exécutés de manière sommaire. On voit des images d'enfants déchiquetés.
Yes, we see children completely like shredded, dude. It's fucking nuts.
Autour d'un baby-foot. Et que fait l'Union européenne par rapport à ça?
What's happening in Gaza could not be enabled without the help of the European Union. If the European Union were normal about this and went against it, they would be able to push back against Israel and America, together with China and Russia.
Il y a des collègues ici qui ont le courage de soutenir Israël. Franchement, ayez honte, rentrez chez vous et ne sortez plus. Mais surtout l'Union européenne, que fait-elle? Elle a promis des millions additionnels à Israël. Elle n'a pas imposé d'embargo sur les armes. Pourtant.
And then we got Israel breaking international law, obviously in Gaza, but also by striking the Iranian consulate. And Iran responding and adhering to international law and then getting sanctioned. The international community has become a joke.
Elle peut le faire, hein. Elle peut le faire parce que les dernières années, on a imposé des embargos, des sanctions militaires à la Biélorussie, à la République centrafricaine, à la Chine, à l'Iran, à la Libye, au Myanmar, à la Corée du Nord, à la Russie, à la Somalie, au Soudan du Sud, à la Syrie, au Venezuela, à la Turquie, au Yémen, au Zimbabwe. Mais Israël, non. Eux, ils sont immunisés. Ils sont immunisés pourquoi? Parce que leur projet colonial est soutenu par l'impérialisme européen. Il faut le dire dans les...
Yes, it is. The fucking Brits, the French, the Germans are sending them weapons, dude. Nice going, Turbo. Turbo, because of what PPG is doing, and because of your association with it, I'm holding you responsible, dude.
Avec des armes, avec des millions. Et c'est pour ça que le massacre des Palestiniens ne serait pas possible sans la complicité européenne continue.
Look, nice fucking guy, dude. Where's Shakay? I'm sending a picture. Shakay? There's two Shakays. Two Shakays, dude. I love this, dude. When we have a politician that are saying the right thing. I love it, dude. About the ballot that is shown on the television. It is very local and affects all people. It is so happened that since the times of the Soviet Union, if something important happened, the death of the General Secretary of the CPCSU, Central Committee of the 1991 Putsch, or the 1993 Putsch, all channels stop broadcasting on TV, and some kind of ballad is broadcasted. Usually it's Swan Lake. Okay. So it's like a cultural thing. So if something bad happens for the old elderly, they would expect they recognize them. What is that, Salman? I want to stay away from that topic, though, because it's just gonna get us banned. Ukraine's new hope. Okay. Ukraine will not return to pre-war borders, especially after the disappointing counter-offensive last year, writes the New York Times. The country will be smaller, but will be able to retain at least part of the territory, and then economically and strategically integrate into Europe. This is much better than unconditional defeat. Remember, Ukraine needs to pay off its debt to America. Remember that, boys. We got an AFU soldier against the backdrop of a destroyed Cossack 7 armored vehicle complains that Russian FPV drones are preventing him from driving towards Chasiv Yar. Now he will wait for donations to be collected and an ATV quad bike sent to him.
Машин. Поэтому величезна просьба для всіх небайдужих. Нам дуже потрібен квадроцикл. Ми знаходимося у Часовому Яру, і нам він край необхідний.
Oh, the fucking ballad, dude. The swan thing. It's a psyop. Very interesting. Without European rearmament, NATO is setting itself up for failure. So we got Western media, Western news, pushing Europe to buy more weapons. And you know where they're going to buy these weapons from, right? America. You were saying something about that comment. So the UN... Okay, I just had to look at this picture, because this is about the mass graves, dude. UN Rights Chief horrified by reports of mass graves at 2 Gaza hospitals. So the mass graves are from the Al-Shifa Hospital and the Nasser Hospital. The Al-Shifa was besieged for like 2 weeks, like 1 month and a half ago or something. And they killed everyone in the hospital and everyone around the hospital. They raped the women and killed them. And then they destroyed the hospitals completely. Nothing about Hamas or shit like that, dude. And now we're finding mass graves in and around the hospitals. Today there was a video released about mass graves of 700 people, dude. That's nuts. Palestinians begin exhuming bodies from the mass graves near the Nasser hospital complex in Khan Yunis. After the withdrawal of the Israeli troops, a total of 310 bodies were found over the past week. We feel the need to raise the alarm because it's clear that many bodies have been found. Among the dead were elderly people, women, and wounded, some tied and undressed. And this came from the spokeswoman from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. I am surprised, but I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. This is from 2023, right? Country reports on human rights practices in Ukraine. So what do we got here, boys? Are you going to be surprised about this think tank? The US State Department published reports of human rights violations in Ukraine. The main points of the reports are forced disappearances, torture and cruel, inhumane, degrading treatment and punishment, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions. Remember Gonzalo Lira. Arbitrary arrest and detentions, problems with the independence of the judiciary, restrictions on freedom of expression, including for the media, including violence against journalists, serious restrictions on internet freedom, restrictions on freedom of movement, serious government corruption, the existence of the worst forms of child labor. It failed to mention child trafficking and organ harvesting. But is Ukraine ripe for joining the European Union? Combat, when you find mass graves in a hospital with undressing of doctors. The response is not, sadly, there's no place for them. The response is that they were killed and it's a war crime. These were civilian mass graves, not militant mass graves. And they were also killed while their hands were tied behind their backs. That's a war crime. The women were undressed, signs of rape, beheadings. Some of the bodies are missing organs, so that's organ harvesting, also war crimes. So the response is not that these are militants that the IDF so the Israeli Defense Force wouldn't dig down bodies of militants. They would just leave them. But they're hiding the bodies of civilians. I just read to you from the UN. The bodies have been there since the besiegement of the hospitals, which is 1.5 months ago, or something like that. We covered the Al-Shifa and Nasir besiegement. So I think Al-Shifa was besieged for 2 weeks, 1.5 months ago, something like that. It might be 2 months ago. And Nasir is the other complex. They just left that recently in Khan Yunis. So I'm going to assume it's within the same time frame. They took the patients and killed them. They took the doctors and killed them. They killed elderly people. This is UN information. This is common in war where hospitals do not have people picking the bodies. They have to go somewhere. Israel doesn't go into a hospital combat. This is like the enemy going into the enemy of the enemy, into the hospital and killing everyone and digging them down in the... No, I'm not speculating. I'm referring to UN information. The information that has been published, this is UN saying that. I'm not referring to Hamas or Gaza. The UN is saying this. This is a UN report. It's not a Hamas-run hospital. That's speculation, but it's not a Hamas-run hospital. It's like saying the hospital in America is run by Joe Biden. Yeah, it's Palestine, but that's not a bad argument, combat. It doesn't matter. Because it's run by Palestine doesn't mean you can kill the civilians. And so if you, Israel went in, killed the patients, right? Israel went in and killed the patients. They killed the doctors. Then they buried them. This is not a common thing in war that happens. That's why in Auschwitz, you have less children that died per day than you have in Gaza. Because Gaza is worse than Auschwitz. This is not common. In fact, this is the most extreme we have ever seen. Israel is the biggest child killer on the planet. This is not common. This is extreme. It's the opposite of common. They're reporting that elderly were executed. Rape of women in the hospitals. Then killed elderly children. Doctors. This is not common. This is not lack of graves. These are the death of civilians. And no one survived the besiege of the hospital. Imagine this combat. That Russia or Ukraine goes into enemy territory, takes over a hospital, kills everyone, all the patients, all the doctors, then they bury them. Yeah, that's common. You need like graves. That's a completely insane response, dude. That's insane. And like I told you, what Israel is doing is not common. What Israel is doing is extreme. And I've already gave metrics for that. They kill more children than anywhere else on the planet. That's how bad it is, dude. Remember the children they said that Russia stole? Apparently they were found in Germany. Weird. Maybe Russia didn't steal them after all. Latest batch of UK military to Ukraine will include Payway 5 bombs. So I think the Payway 5 bombs is launched from the air, obviously. It's a free-fall, high-explosive bomb. The main carriers of the bomb of this type is the Eurofighter Typhoon. Okay. All the Ukrainian MiG-29 or Sukhoi 27 will most likely be adapted for their use. So we have something here about that arsenal, dude. I sent that to ClickLog. I really need to go to the fucking bathroom, dude. Here we go. This looks like a weird-ass bomb to me, dude. Integrated Jeep, because it says free fall, right? Remember they said free fall. Why does it have GPS guided? Inertial navigation system and laser guided. Okay. Okay. So it's a bomb with a built-in guidance kit. Alright. Built-in GRM. I need to pee, dude. Turbo, did you see what, I'm not sure if you noticed, but today I noticed Kairos, he was pretending to be upset about what happened to the Palestinians on his channel. He was like doing like he was like pretending to be upset. Oh, the Palestinians are hurting. And he was like, it was a fucking act, dude. It was so transparent. So fucking transparent, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I never seen something so dumb before, dude. Yeah, it was fucking nuts, dude. Fucking nuts. He was like screaming, and you can see it was an act. It was very bad, dude. Very fucking bad. According to the recent mainstream media reports, the White House is debating whether to declare a climate emergency.
The White House telling Fox.
And what will happen? Will Biden gain more powers and Trump can't be elected?
Business is now considering declaring a national climate emergency. But that's a climate crisis to you, Mark. The AP, which sets the standards for newsrooms across the country, they're urging Americans to use the term climate crisis to address the current situation. This is all troubling, but if the president declares a climate emergency, what impact does that have?
Well, I mean, this is the serious story of the day. NBC News has reported that if Joe Biden declares a national climate emergency, he would have COVID-like powers under that emergency, and they also compared the emergency powers to the 9/11 emergency powers. The Center for Biological Diversity has estimated Joe Biden would get about 130 wartime-like powers by which to bypass democracy and impose the Green New Deal on America without a single vote of Congress. This is truly this is a Halloween story, not a story for Earth Day. This is a truly frightening story, and he might just be desperate enough to do it. This is being widely reported in the media. The Biden White House is leaking this out. This might happen, and this is going to give Joe Biden, these kind of, you want to say the word dictatorial powers. He doesn't need no stinking democracy to impose the Green New Deal if he does this.
This is nuts, dude. This is completely fucking nuts what they're gonna do. Without a doubt, this is fucking scam. And do you know what's funny is that you got the fucking liberals on you got the liberals online coping for this. So without a doubt, a fucking scam, dude. And we looked at some of the fucking energy, dude. What is it again? So with we talked about this with combustion engine. That can be tweaked so it's way more efficient. It's not by design. Again, scam. The green energy is a fucking scam, dude. All of it is a fucking scam, dude. The fucking windmills is a scam. All that shit, dude. Hey, Francis, what's up? How you doing? Hey, Nematode. I'm just checking something. I think the issue is real as well in a sense, Scroll. I don't think there's gonna be. I think the real issue is pollution. That is a real issue. But that's not something that the industry wants to fix. And that's not something that the policies are pushing to fix. The biggest polluter is like the fucking military. And I think that is an issue. You can see how fertility and testosterone is affected on a fucking global scale. Definitely. But there's many scientists who say that going into a climate event is something that will happen eventually. And you can track that on a calendar that goes back far enough. But some say there's something bound to happen soon, but soon could be like thousands of years. Something like that can't be prevented or controlled by humanity, and it's a cycle of nature, of the entire universe, like the fucking sun and the moon and all that shit. What is this? I fucking knew this would happen, dude. 43-year-old healthy Dutch woman chooses euthanasia. She plans to die April 25th. She wants to end her life on her 34th birthday, despite being physically healthy. She always feels sad, down. She suffers from eating disorder, depression, and autism. After exhausting various therapies, Fun was told by that's her name. She was told by the counselor that euthanasia was an option she could pursue. This is fucking nuts, dude. The world is fucking. If you can't cure someone who's unhappy, then you have failed as a fucking society, dude. Yes, it's fucking nuts. Do you remember the story of Indians being forcefully recruited into Russian army? No, I don't. I don't remember that. It is definitely wrong, for sure. It's a defeat. There's so many things globally trying to push you, suppress you, right? And there is so little genuine interest in trying to help these people. You know what? I saw something today on YouTube. There was like a global. That was not a global. There was a herbalist from Australia who was like suggesting all sorts of ways to like cure depression, shit like that. talking about us. This is the fucking stabbing incident, dude. Australia arrests 17 in terror raids. Top Aussie police officers claimed the network arrested in a wave of raids may have been plotting an attack, besides posing an unacceptable risk to the public. More than 400 officers were involved in searches at 13 locations across Sydney, following the non-fatal stabbing of an Assyrian bishop on April 15th. A 16-year-old boy was already in custody for that attack, but police said 7 more religiously motivated juveniles that were part of the wider network of associated and peers have been arrested. Remember that Israel tried to blame this as a guy shouting Allah Akbar and shit like that, dude. Obviously, they're gonna do the fucking fake bullshit. Yeah, but nematode, the ideal way to die is of old age, not of euthanasia. If old people are suffering, that's because of there is something that is out of balance, right? You're supposed to die of old age perfectly well, right? I can understand that won't happen like 100% of the times, but the idea is that you push for that and not euthanasia. Many diseases and pains come because of lack of physical activity or shitty food, fucking pollution like we talked about, dude. You got Biden admitting that his administration can't be trusted.
How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted?
It's coming at some point, Salman. It's coming everywhere, dude. The West is the West. Account suspended. Twitter suspends new outlet Radio Genoa with over 650,000 followers. This account grew in popularity after sharing news and videos highlighting illegal migration in Europe. But I thought Elon Musk was free speech and shit like that, dude. Remember that, remember what we saw with Viktor Orban, dude? Take a look at this. This is very relevant, boys.
I do remember how Mr. George Soros published his plan in English in a Project Syndicate publication. It was done 2015, September 26. And he published a plan. He said that he is my, I'm quoting, here are the 6 components of my comprehensive plan. I just quote 2 or 3 points of that. First is, he said very clearly, 2015, that, quoting again, EU has to accept at least 1 million asylum seekers annually. That was a...
Combat. What was it you were talking about? Migrants. Almost like it was an organic thing that happened because America, Canada, or Europe is better. Is George Soros, the Nazi collaborator, is he behind it, dude?
First point. Second, he said, adequate financing is critical. And he proposed to issue long-term euro bonds for financing the migration crisis and the migrants' social and welfare taking care when they arrive to the European Union. And another point which is very important for Hungary, which is involving the territory of Hungary directly into this program, he said that, quoting them, safe channels must be established for asylum seekers, starting with getting them from Greece and Italy to their destination countries, which means to bring them to Greece, to Hungary, and then have them to go to Austria. So don't forget that what we are speaking about is not an accidental stories, not a bulk of 10 years of accidental story. It's a plan which is going on. It was written. It was published. It's known. So we are fighting against an organized gang called Empire of George Soros, NGOs, who are just supporting everybody who is transgressing our legal system and our regulation, and financing illegal activity against our nation. So this is why the story is not just about migration, but it's about how this European Union is working and how George Soros was able to captive the main positions.
George Soros doesn't do anything of his own interest. He works on behalf of others, dude.
Many institutions of European Union, buying out MPs and other leaders, and
he's trying to implement a global narrative.
The plan which is written, and it's against all the
global agenda
and nation-based political forces. It's against us. It's about how to change Europe and how to eliminate and push aside all the Christian, conservative, national-based political leaders and voters from the European Union decision-making bodies. So this is the migration about, not just about migration. Sorry for
a very relevant video, boys, and very important to realize what is against us. We got Blinken, who arrived in China. No red carpet, boys. They always publish these shitty things, Kroll. Just look at the WF. Their agendas are published. Including eating bugs is an agenda that they have published in 2018. Right, moving on. Remember this video? America being taken over. These are everyone who's doing this is the one who was paid off, right? That was China in combat. I will come back to Blinken in China. So all of these people are paid off. The U.S. congressman says facing what? The U.S. congressman who was filmed this fucking video is facing $500 in a fine for sharing the video. Okay, whatever. This is the famous pictures of the Western weapons that was game changers, but turns out that wasn't. Meanwhile, Russia has a game changer weapon, the glide bomb. Hey K, what's up? The Ukrainian battlefield had long been a graveyard of various weaponry bragged about by the US and the NATO. North Korean Vice Foreign Minister said, "Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes, North Korea." The North Korean official also called Zelensky a star acting his part well according to the film script written by America, rather than the president of a country. Dude. Fuck yes, dude. We got this guy. This guy has eyeliner, and he's the new guy who pretends that he's against aid to Ukraine. Okay?
There's another historical analogy that I think that's worth pointing out, and that is the historical analogy of the early 2000s. Now, in 2003, I was a high school senior, and I had a political position back then. I believed the propaganda of the George W. Bush administration that we needed to invade Iraq, that it was a war for freedom and democracy.
He has a good point. I feel like most of the Americans, they realize what they did in the past was wrong. But then America repeats it, and then they fucking buy it again, dude.
That those who were appeasing Saddam Hussein were inviting a broader regional conflict. Does that sound familiar to anything that we're hearing today? It's the same exact talking points 20 years later with different names. But have we learned anything over the last 20 years? No, I don't think that we have.
Nope.
We have learned that if we beat
nothing has changed, dude.
Instead of engage in diplomacy, that it will somehow produce good outcomes. That is not true. We learned that if we talk incessantly about World War II, we can bully people and cause them to ignore their basic moral impulses and lead the country straight into catastrophic conflict.
Okay, you got 2 accounts on Discord. I take it that's on purpose. The video I sent you, Shakay, is a guy from Belgium. And he seemed pretty good. Take a look at this one. A Russian... Is it volunteer? This is a Russian ballerina turned militia. So from Donbass, I take it. But she fucking died, dude. She died? I'm not quite sure. Ukraine attacks Russian ballerina. Overnight, during the offensive operation of the Española brigade near Chasiv Yar, DPR, dozens of APE drones attacked the transport of the Española assault company. Representative of the brigade told. Among those attacks was the company commander, codenamed Pitbull, and his deputy, Valkyrie. So this is the commander. Both of them died, dude. Both of them died. Yeah, I like him, so can. So can we watch this? I think we can do. It's this. That's the fucking vehicle. Alright. It sucks. This is war combat. What was her name? She has a nickname, Valkyrie. This is I think it's her. Yeah. I've seen her before, dude. She looked way older in the videos than on that photo. Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Потому что в Академии русского балета проходит
некую
армию для девочек, которая дает вот именно, формирует себя как личность. Да, это помогает. Как ни странно. Дело в том, что я состою в мотоклубе, в международном женском мотоклубе «Ночные валькирии». И я сюда пришла со своим дорожным именем.
You're gonna die eventually if you're on the front line all the time, dude. There's no way around it. Every day you got like an X amount of chance of dying or surviving. If you keep playing those odds, you're gonna die, dude.
Конечно, начинаешь радоваться. Ну, больше всего радость это когда наши товарищи, наши смежники, наши бойцы всего нашего подразделения приходят живы. Непередаваемое ощущение, которое, наверное, на гражданке ты никогда не испытаешь. Какие бы там радости, чтобы ты, чтобы не было. Вот именно вот это вот ощущение выполнения своей боевой задачи без потерь, я не знаю, чего это стоит.
You would have to just fucking go there once, dude. Do something and then never come back. I don't know. I saved this video because it's kind of cute, dude. That is detained, dude. Dude, there's rotations, Turbo, but if you join the militias, you're gonna have to organize the rotations yourself. And the Donbass militia initially, I don't think they had like a bunch of rotations. You know, like they just went in and defended areas or like attacked areas. I mean, I think they were. I'm just assuming they were less organized, dude. But obviously there is rotations. Ukraine also does rotations, but it's sometimes they don't, and Ukrainians speak out about the lack of rotations. And eventually they'll run out of food. If you don't rotate, you're not gonna have any weapons, any ammo, no food. So rotations is paramount.
طيب ورحنا مين اتصل عليكم؟ ولا حد اليهود اتصل عليكم اليهود؟ ايش قالوا لكم؟ حكونا اشردوا من البيت اليحيى. وين تروح الحين انت؟ وين بدك تروح؟ على المعسكر.
طب مين معك؟
عمي.
ومين معك كان؟
صلاح.
That's so cute, dude.
أخوك؟ أنت بدك تسحب صلاح؟ يلا الله معك يا عم توكل. وين أبوك أنت؟
أبوي انحبس.
يعني أخذوه قبل هيك؟
أبوي.
يعني أنت زلمة الدار الحين؟ ما شاء الله عنك.
Thought that was cute as fuck. Russia does not pose any risk to the UK's security and prosperity. Allegations to the contrary and patently false and have never been backed up by any credible evidence. The only real source of instability in Europe is NATO's expansions to the east. True, dude. True. I don't know. What is this? Former turbo atom moves from Kharkov to western Ukraine. The reason why they are moving this factory is because Kharkov is on a threat. But what is it? I don't know what it is, dude. Turbo atom. This is Kharkov's last industrial enterprise. I don't know what it does. Whatever. Yeah, it does look like a turbine, but it's a fucking big one, dude. I don't know. We got Shoigu checking Pletsk Cosmodrome. Okay. This is the fucking satellite, dude. What is he doing there? What does Shoigu have to do with this? It's the rocket that deploys the fucking Soyuz and the satellites.
По увеличению количества запусков с космодрома. На сегодняшний день уже проработан вопрос, утвержден главнокомандующим, это разворачивание второго рабочего места, что позволит нам увеличить количество пусков и подготовку носителей именно данного варианта. Закончили все подъездные пути, все готово, вся логистика выстроена, полностью готов старт, все коммуникации, все среды завели, все готово. Так точно, все готово.
I don't know why Shoigu is part of this.
Сейчас идет подготовка ракетных и тяжелого.
Ну и то у нас уже дальше пойдут эти пуски все с полезной нагрузкой.
Так точно. Отлично. Параллельно ведутся работы сейчас. С расчетом космодрома.
Это союз, который...
Так точно.
Хорошо.
Его расчет занимается подготовкой на сегодня. Сейчас мы его доведем до определенного момента, дальше.
Орбит с возможностью, которые...
Does it say anything? Creation of infrastructure for launching satellites into all types of orbits. Oh, maybe they want to... They are talking about opening a second assembly line soon. Maybe they want to deploy military satellites. That would make sense then, right? That would make sense. I don't know how many military satellites Russia have at this point. I think we checked, America has like 600 or something. Russia is directly challenging the UK at all levels by sending phishing emails. I think these phishing emails are coming from like India, maybe China. I don't know about China, but it wouldn't be the Chinese government, but Chinese people maybe. I don't think so, but most likely India.
They're the ones robbing your granny and my parents with phishing emails and things like that.
How do we know that, though? I don't know if Pakistan is doing that much, dude. My biggest impression is that India is the main perpetrator of like online scams. There's scam factories in the UK that was caught on camera.
So Russia is a directly
They would have like call centers calling people, and they were caught on camera doing this.
Challenges us at all levels, and of course, what it is doing in Ukraine is a direct threat to us and the wider Europe.
How so? How's it a direct threat to?
That's number one.
Fucking bullshit. Meanwhile, in Germany, and it's Schulz. Schulz is a US puppet. We got something very interesting about Belarus. Lukashenko is saying we are facing a NATO threat, so we are face to face with NATO on our western borders. A plan to deploy a military group of 300,000 soldiers on the eastern flank of the bloc has been approved. Ends. You ready, boys? This is relevant information. So, Lukashenko has talked many times about attempts by Western powers to influence Belarus. There is sleeper cells in Belarus. There is people who are willing to do like bombings on behalf of Western powers, right? Just like we see in Russia. There is explosives that has been detained trying to cross the border, right? People carrying the explosives detained. So something is on the rise in Belarus. They want to take a region in Belarus with force, and they want to say, oh, this region wants to join NATO. It's the region that are very close to Ukraine and Poland. But something is definitely fucking up, dude.
Границах мы лицом к лицу стоим с НАТО. Утвержден план развертывания 300-тысячной военной группировки на восточном фланге блока. Они называют это поясом сдерживания. Понять бы только, кого они собираются.
So, remember I told you about that the West wants to take a region of Belarus. So I take it that's why they're deploying troops there.
Сдерживать.
Thank you, Joni.
Поляки развернули на границе с нами боевые подразделения вооруженных сил для защиты от якобы массового проникновения с белорусской территории мигрантов. Серьезно?
Let me just check this in, sorry.
Проникновение с белорусской территории мигрантов.
What? The Poles deployed on the border with us combat units of the armed forces for protection.
На границе с нами боевые подразделения вооруженных сил для защиты от
From allegedly mass infiltration from the Belarusian territory of migrants. What the shit, dude? This is so ridiculous. By the way, I've seen migrants trying to pass into Poland. Poland, sometimes they fucking torture them and kill them. There's videos of this. So Poland, obviously working with the Western powers to try and infiltrate Belarus. Belarus is part of the CSTO, which is the defense pact between Russia, Kazakhstan, and Belarus, and a few other countries. There's nukes in Belarus. But obviously, at this point, the nukes no longer works as I know, dude. I know more Russian than you do, Ants. Except I don't know Russian. But I know that one. The nukes no longer works as deterrent because the Western powers is trying to fucking push the button, dude. So they're trying to trick the enemy launching nukes, almost. Because Europe is disposable.
Якобы массового проникновения с белорусской территории мигрантов. Серьезно? Профессионально вооруженные до зубов военные стоят на границе, чтобы убивать женщин и детей.
Yeah, imagine having like a fucking armed militia or like military. Oh, we're just gonna watch the border, dude. Why don't you say fucking border security?
Безоружных людей, бегущих от войны, из тех государств, которые они разорили. Вы видели, как они защищают границу, калечат, убивают. а потом подбрасывают трупы и коллег нам. На территории Литвы до 1928 года будет развернуто формирование бригадного уровня вооруженных сил ФРГ. Немцы так ничего и не поняли. Уроки им впрок не пришли с той войны. А также силы и средства объединенных вооруженных сил НАТО численностью до 5000 человек. До 20 тысяч натовских солдат сосредоточено в Польше и странах Балтии. Обращаюсь к старшим, вспомните, нас после Второй мировой Великой Отечественной войны, они...
I'm assuming this is somewhere in Minsk, dude.
Руководители элиты Европы называли оккупантами. А дислокация в Западной Европе на постоянной основе более 60,5 тысяч военнослужащих вооруженных сил США и более 30 тысяч натовских солдат – это что? Это не оккупация, это другое. Какие политические решения будут принимать европейские лидеры под прицелом автоматов американской группировки? Я здесь написал вопрос к размышлению. Да не вопрос к размышлению. Мы же уже видим, какие они решения принимают и насколько они самостоятельны. А сами Соединенные Штаты, они ускоренными темпами модернизируют.
America wants to modernize its ancient nuclear weapons, dude. But they haven't done that yet, but they said they would. The Minuteman III, which is America's ICBMs, are like 50s tech. They were deployed in the 60s, I believe. And I don't... They're old as fuck. I think America has problems finding people who can maintain it. Because the tech is so old. We saw how the British Trident missile also failed, dude. The West have huge issues developing advanced weapons. But obviously it would make sense to modernize it if you want a war, right? Obviously war doesn't make sense at all. Obviously war does make sense, and it's all artificially imposed on us, right? But America said they want to combat. Are you here? Combat. Combat. Do we know what America once posted something that they wanted to modernize their nuclear weapons? What does that mean? Do we know? Current projects for the Air Force is as they're working on an MM3, which is force field. I think they want to update all of them, because they are way older than that. Minuteman 3 is way older, right? Minuteman 3, how old? Oh, it's from the 70s. Entered service in the 70s. I thought it was older, actually. I thought it was older. What were you saying? Tactical means smaller. Tactical is a label. So when you have a tactical nuclear weapon, it's something that can be... It's just a smaller nuclear weapon. It is still a nuclear weapon. But yes, you're right. It means smaller. But it's... I feel like it's just a label at this point. I mean, how is that like? Is it like 1 kiloton? Is it 50? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I also know that America had like nuclear mines at some point. What's that, Turbo? What's that, dude? I'll donate you 10 subs if you transform combat from a liberal into a human being. So I've tried for fucking a year now, dude. I don't think so. I don't think so. He said yesterday, I believe, that China is doing the same thing as America. I think that's where we left it. I asked him, has China done any coups? I don't see China as doing anything like America. America is doing foreign influence all the time. America is forcing foreign countries to buy their weapons. America is artificially creating wars all the time. I've never seen China do anything like that. I've seen China engage in good faith collaborations with other countries. Combat said he wanted poor countries to have their own people being educated. China is actually doing that. There is a facility, there's some, I forgot what it was, dude. It doesn't matter. It could be anything. Like some energy facility or fucking railroad, I don't know. In a poor country. China was building that for that country. And what they were doing that with the people of that country, so they would learn how to do it. Nikki, thank you for the second raid. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much, Nikki. Thank you, man. Nikki, you know what I think you should do? You should have a way of continuing your stream without stopping it. So put some video on or something. But thank you, Nikki. Raid from the better Russian bot streamer. Nikki went there. And okay, Nikki went there. Tactical nukes. Still a nuke. It's just lower yield. Yeah, I like Nikki. Okay. No, not all night, but sometimes during the day when you take like an hour break or something, Nikki, you could do it. Shut up, Tony. We listen to fucking Lukashenko. The United States itself is an accelerated pace, modernizing its tactical nuclear weapons. Combat, were you saying? Combat, you were saying there that America is modernizing its ICBMs, but do we actually know if they are doing that? Or are they just making additional nuclear weapons like tactical nukes?
Тактическое ядерное оружие, которое хранится.
Fairness, I think Turbo knows Russian. He did like Duolingo 1 hour every day for 2 months, I think. And that's enough. And I want to do the same thing, dude, but I've just been fucking dumb.
На авиабазах Бельгии, ФРГ, Италии, Турции, Нидерландов. Тактическое. В военной терминологии это называется ударно-наступательная возможность.
That guy's sleeping, dude.
Стратегического планета исчезнет. А им же хочется жить и управлять, как раньше, планетой. Поэтому тактическое. Ударно-наступательные компоненты, не оборонительные. Так какие к нам тогда вопросы? Что так возбудились, когда мы разместили аналогичное по функционалу оружие на своих базах? Латыши.
Combat, the reason why he's calling you a liberal is because you're using a lot of the same terminologies and you have the same sort of fear as they have. Commies, you are against communism and afraid of commies. And you think it's bad and you think they don't have any money or any food, which is like a liberal bullshit. You defend Ukraine, which is a liberal thing. You think by defending Ukraine, you like go against war, but it's actually pro-war, and the liberals has become pro-war, right? You don't like China. It seems like you don't like China for whatever reason. And Yeah, you said China is doing what America do, so you have a lot of criticism about China that isn't true. Yeah, but none of that matters. If you look at the Chinese people are not like you, Combat. And if you looked into how they behave and what they want, they actually want to be led. As long as they have good leadership, everything is okay. Right? So you're doing that thing where you're applying what you want onto everyone else. Right? Not everyone wants a small government. Hey, Blank Page, what's up, man? Labels is a tool of liberals. Communism has nothing to do with buying or selling. It has to do with how you share the means of production and who has ownership. Right, which is something that Combat would like. If you are part of the production, you have ownership in that production. Which makes perfect sense for someone like Combat. He just doesn't realize it. It's nothing to do with buying and selling toothbrushes or having fucking clothes on it. Socialists are bad as well. I will decide how to spend my money, not the fucking government. Yeah, but you say that, Combat, because you're in a place where you got corrupt governments. So I can understand why you don't want that. But the problem is getting rid of the corruption, not getting rid of the government. Right? If the government did what you wanted, you would like it, dude. You said that all private companies work better than the government. It's not true. You can just look at the UPS. That works pretty well, dude. In Denmark, we have many government nationalized companies. That works very well, dude. Better than any private companies. Alright, so same thing in Norway, by the way. What you want to get rid of is just corruption, not like a political system. All political systems fail, Combat, when there is corruption. It doesn't matter what it is. That's why it's such a moot point when you have Americans saying, oh, I like communism, or I like socialism, or I like left and right, or whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as you have corruption, you're gonna get fucked, dude. You're gonna get fucked. Yes, but then you won't. The problem is with small government, you will have a hard time achieving big things. You think that Elon Musk is what he is because he's private and he is intelligent. I don't know the reason why you think Elon Musk is what it is, but Elon Musk became what he is because of a government that gave him a lot of power. How do we get rid of corruption? Good fucking question, Blank Page. The thing is, you have to create cultivate an environment where corruption doesn't thrive. Step number 1 would be to destroy American hegemony, but corruption will remain. As long as you have an environment where materialistic things and everything is for sale, you're gonna cultivate corruption. I don't see corruption in China as a problem, Combat. I know of a few people in the CPC who was arrested for corruption. And they cracked down on it pretty fucking tough, dude. They also arrested a bunch of CIA or agents in 2009 or something. But I don't think China is struggling with corruption. They might be struggling with corruption in like the lower levels of their government, yeah. But Combat, you under the impression that Xi Jinping is deciding everything in China. That's not true. You should look into how the government in China works. There's a lot of delegation. There's a lot of diplomacy and democratic systems. Imagine that I have a very small government in the country. If I become very rich, which is very easy in a situation where Combat is saying because it's very capitalistic, then I can make this government work in my favor. So you want to create a utopia in which the richest person will always become a dictator. Yes, that's true. Even if you have a small government, you can still control them. Right? And a small government can do a lot of bad shit, Combat. Combat in many European countries, you have small or big governments. Doesn't matter. But you have few corrupt officials that are ruining everything. When you say totalitarian is evil and lacks vision of youth, that's without context. I don't even know what you mean, dude. If you think that Russia or China is totalitarian, that is a liberal talking point that was imposed on you, conditioned on you by America. And it's not true. In fact, we can see that America is way more totalitarian than China. We can just look at a protest at the university in Texas. Hey, Titanium. What's up, Mr. Moldova? The problem is not that the government in EU are big, Combat. That's not the problem. The problem is that they are corrupt, and you can have one corrupt official that can take an entire country into NATO. Combat cope is not an argument. It's an immature thing that people use when they have nothing else to say. Right. And China is anything but stale. China is one of the countries that has progressed the most. Right? So China is definitely not stale at all. Yep. China is the country that has changed the most. So how can you say that, dude? How can you that cope, man? China is the exact opposite of what you're saying it is. You think it's controlled by one dude, but what you think is not relevant, right? Reality is not what you think it is. That's why I implore you to go and check it up, Combat. Try and figure out how China works. Don't look at American media or YouTube, because you're gonna get it wrong, because they want to tell you a lie. Yeah, China is very developed. Yeah, China has short-term plans and long-term plans. And I think China is one of the only countries that has like fucking long-term plans as fuck, dude. Crawl has an excellent point. That's all you need to know. That is all you need to know. If America's media says, "Oh, these guys are the axis of evil," oh shit, they must be the good guys, right? That's what you should. That's what you should assume then. But you don't do that, Combat. Combat, you know that the media is fucking lying to you always, but sometimes you just still believing it, dude. So a good example to just debunk everything you said, Combat, is that China is the country that has changed the most. You haven't said anything about this, so I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm leaving it there, dude. We got this guy, Frank Zappa. I don't know who it is. Perspective on America. Some might not like what he has to say, but it's true.
The thing that sets the Americans apart from the rest of the cultures in the world is we're so fucking stupid. This country's
True, dude.
Been around for a couple hundred years, and we think we're hot shit, and we don't even realize.
No one here likes Biden. You're making up shit, Combat. In fact, we talk shit about Biden and Trump all the time, dude.
That other countries have thousands of years of history and culture, and they're proud of it. And when we deal on an international level, with foreign policy and stuff like that, and we try and go in as, we're a big American strong country and all that stuff, they must laugh up their sleeves at us because we are nothing. We are culturally nothing. We mean nothing. We're only interested in the bottom line.
One problem you see with America and your way of thinking, Combat, it's very short-sighted. And America keeps making mistakes because they take short-sighted decisions.
Every other country has their own art, their own music, their own theater, their own drama, their folk dances, folk songs, folklore, and it means something to them, and they're proud of it, and that's their ethnic heritage.
We have seen small governments fail. We've seen big governments fail. Look at America. Whether it's small or big, it's not really the determinator. You need to look at the root of the problem. And we concluded that earlier that is corruption. Blank asked a good question. How do you get rid of that? Well, that should be the focus, getting rid of corruption. America has SpongeBob.
Heritage. We have Levi's, we have designer jeans, we have hamburgers, we have Coca-Cola, we have REO Speedwagon, we have Journey, we have this one, we have that one, and then we go out there and we say, yeah, but we also have neutron bombs and poison gas, so maybe that makes up for it. I mean, it's really kind of sad when you evaluate it that way. And I think that a country that doesn't do something to sustain its culture, whatever it is, doesn't invest in it, doesn't
Who is this Turbo?
keep it happening, isn't proud of it, maybe they just shouldn't exist because it's the culture.
Thinking from the 70s. Very good, dude. Very good, dude. But now on to something way more important. Hey, Artyom. Artyom, you haven't been here for a long time, dude. And that's not good. Good, Furnace. But, Furnace, how do you feel about Erdogan, dude? Musicians are abused. Celebrities are abused by design in America to back up political narratives. Look at what's her fucking face, dude? The singer. All of you know who she is. I don't fucking care. Then there's Swift. That's right, dude. Then there's the other one, the fucking Israeli Zionist dude. Gadot or something. Gal Gadot, is that right? Gal Gadot. She was supposed to do like pro-Israeli bullshit, dude. All of them are fucking like that. All of them are paid, dude. That's why you don't see celebrities. Yes, you don't see celebrities speaking out against the war in Gaza because either they just shut their fucking mouth or they help Israel. Sean Penn, fucking Sean Penn, dude. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Tom Hanks. I know, Rotterdammer. She looks great. I don't like the movies. Wonder Woman. I know Shakay, they are fucking nuts, dude. Fucking nuts. And so is Tom Hanks. I think they are both cruel. I think in some instance they are blackmailed. They might have been fucking kids caught on tape, Epstein, P. Diddy, all that shit, dude. And then they extort them. In most instances, they are just bored. Hey Rangers, how are you doing? We have very bad news about mass graves being found at the Al-Shifa hospital and the Nasir hospital. I think in total like 700 people, civilians, doctors, elderly people that has been dug under the fucking sand by the IDF. And they have been exhumed recently. The UN is speaking out about it. And it looks so bad. So a lot of them are missing organs. Some of them are missing their heads. Because I think they take the heads back to Israel. And then they use them for like medical experiments or organs again. Or like the fucking skin bank and shit like that. Also the organs are taken back to Israel and sold, obviously. It's very common occurrence at this point that the IDF soldiers are stealing organs. The UN spoke about this combat. And the UN also spoke that they were in they were nurses and doctors that were like in doctors dressing. And some of them were killed while they were naked, so they were dressed naked. Women are dressed naked as well. And many of them had their hands tied behind their back, and then they were executed behind the head. Against all the signs of war crimes, though. Yes, exactly. Candido, exactly. And that's something we've seen since the beginning. Executions of the Palestinians. And we've seen videos of it happening too, because the Israelis have a habit of filming themselves doing this shit, though. So I've seen videos of it. We've seen proof of it and evidence of it. We've seen it all, dude. We've seen it all. What were you saying, Artyom? I came across a video today where a guy was talking about Eastern Europe. Why is it called that? And why should we stop calling it that? Everything was just fine until the end of the video came. There he talked about the reason, what to do and how towards the historical part, but later big take on 100 years of history. And Eastern Europe is part of the Russian Empire. Call Putin, Artyom. Call Putin, dude. Eastern Europe is not real.
From what we think a vampire.
We can take a look at that video at some point, Artyom. I need to get through all this, dude. So what I was saying, Rangers, is that we got very bad news, dude, about what the IDF did at the hospitals. None of the patients survived, by the way. The hospital was destroyed, by the way. North Korea will continue to build an overwhelming and strong military force to protect its sovereignty and regional peace, said Kim Jong-un's sister.
Kim Jong-un's sister promised to build what she called overwhelming and the most powerful military.
You know what, combat? I respect North Korea, dude. Do you know why? Because they stand against US influence. Which is exactly what you want. Right? I bet no fucking children are being exported from North Korea to America.
Power to protect North Korea and peace in the region.
They used to be communists, dude. I'm not sure if they are still. I don't know much about it, dude. I know that grain from Russia has been flowing in. I know that the famine ended in the 90s, right? All the US imposed famines, obviously.
Region. That's according to the North's KCNA news agency, quoting her on Wednesday. Kim Yo-jong pointed to the US military's exercises around the Korean peninsula this year, particularly.
I don't think that's necessarily true, combat. You can have one person running the country and there will be no vision. You can have another situation where there is one country and there's a shit ton of vision. So what you're saying is not necessarily true. And I just told you, just look at China. If you think Xi is running everything in China, China has the biggest vision of the entire planet. So that's an example of where you're wrong. I'm not sure why you keep saying the things that I've already debunked. Right. Did you know that North Korea had better living standards than South Korea until the 90s? I did not know that. Do you want a boss for your entire career? Do you think your department will run great? Some people want that combat, and the Chinese people are like that. You should try to get to know them. That's why that the Chinese likes their government, because they do what they want. They lead the people in a way that they want. The Chinese people don't want to be without leadership. Could you imagine, actually, 1.4 billion people without leadership, without a common goal, without direction? It'll be completely chaos, dude. It'll be like fucking clans and corruption and fucking killings everywhere, and some want to separate, some don't want to separate. Americans everywhere trying to kill and steal everyone, steal children. So obviously, that's a really, really good example about where you ideal utopia just falls apart. You need to look at reality, dude.
Live fire drills with the quote South Korean puppet military gangsters as making the security situation in the area.
I think Iran might have that as well, Rotterdam, but we can't be sure. We can assume.
Dangerously unstable. The US and South Korea's annual joint drills this year were held at a greater scale and intensity than the year before, part of a plan.
I think Combat realizes that America is fucked, Teo. But the problem is when he says that you won't have changes we can point to places where it's wrong. China is an example. And combat needs to take in information and change his mind when we disprove him. And he's not doing that, which is very annoying.
By their leaders to upgrade their military readiness against the North. The South's military says around 100 military aircraft carried out.
If you want to look for a country that is doing the best, surely it's China, right? So simply by inspiration, you would try to copy what they're doing, right? We don't know what's best. We're just simple folks, right? We want to look at real-life examples that has been implemented, tested, trialed, right? You can't just make up a theory and assume it works, right?
A 2-week-long drill this month. While Washington and Seoul claim the drills are defensive and conducted regularly to maintain readiness, Pyongyang insists U.S. military exercises are preparations for a nuclear war against it. Earlier this month, the North's KCNA news agency reported Kim Jong-un saying,
Do you guys remember when Kim was skinny?
Now is the time for North Korea to...
Apparently, the North Korean people didn't like it. Because it gives the impression that he's poor. Russia deports immigrants who stopped a woman with his car and lectured her on her outfit. The woman turned out to be a UFC fighter, Irina Alexeyeva. Oh shit, dude.
Он вообще ехал там, у мусорки и гасанул сюда. Я двигаюсь, он ему похуй, он меня чуть не снес. Что тебе в моем виде не нравится?
What the hell, Clicklock?
Ничего.
They never tell you about how we used to bomb half of North Korea. I know. They destroyed everything. I fucking know, dude.
Что тебе не нравится? Я хочу так, как я хожу. Я хожу вот так, как я хочу. Ты говоришь, у нас так не ходят. Где у нас? Уезжай туда, где у вас так не ходят. У нас...
Just fuck off, dude. These fucking people going into Russia or any country and telling how they should live, dude.
Ты отвечаешь на мои вопросы. Ты девушка или мальчик? Включи камеру, блядь. Какая разница? В смысле, мне какая разница? Тебе какая разница? Потому что с тобой надо мужчина разговаривать, девушка. А ты тупой, ты что, не видишь, кто я? Не видно, ты смотри. Ну, ты по голосу не понимаешь, кто я? Девушка или мальчик? Ты по голосу не понимаешь, кто я? Ты по голосу не понимаешь? Ну ты что, тупой? Ты что, тупой? Ты тупой? А ты тупой?
Good boy. That's her, dude. Turbo? Turbo? I feel like lesbian is wannabe this, dude. I can't really say she's pretty. I don't know. Impressive. That's fine. Say it's impressive. Yeah, but I feel like I'm glad that she did this, dude. I'm glad that she exposed this because something that like that shouldn't be happening. This is from Lord Bibo. Combat, there's one thing I care about. I don't care about anything else. Once that one thing is fixed, we can care about something else. That means I'm willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to fix that one thing. So you can throw everything at me. I don't care. I'm willing to sacrifice it. We need to get rid of US hegemony. That's it. And freedom of speech don't matter. We can look at that thing when it becomes relevant. It is not relevant. It's not relevant, dude. We don't need such migrants. I agree, Clicklock. Those who come to us and start downloading their rights, pretending to be devout Muslims. I agree. I agree, dude. So when they decide they do not want to hear you anymore, are you going to be okay with that? I'm willing to sacrifice anything to get rid of the US hegemony. If it doesn't do that, obviously not. So you have the Social Media Act, you have the Patriot Act, you have all sorts of US or Western bills that limit freedom of speech under the guise of LGBTQ, whatever. Obviously, that's not what I'm talking about, and I don't support that. But anything to get rid of the US hegemony, I support. No, you're just misunderstanding, dude. You're just misunderstanding. You think I support everything that happens, but that's not what I said. I'm saying whatever it takes to take down the US hegemony, I'm all for it, dude. Yes, under these conditions. Whatever it takes to take down the US hegemony, whatever, dude. So, look at it like this, combat. Let's imagine that North Korea was super militarized. And they said, and they went against the US hegemony, and they had a way of achieving victory, and they had no freedom of speech, then I would support them. If the Empire of America collapses from the inside, the US hegemony might survive. They might just move out and like slowly reestablish itself, but it's still a victory. And I don't think Russia or China is gonna take down the US hegemony. I think they're just gonna ignore it and become so powerful that they can ignore it. But that means that the West is still hijacked. Okay. We got Cavill Waterman. I don't know who she is, dude. She is denouncing. Is rightly denouncing. What? What is this, dude? I don't know. That the text doesn't make sense. The pandemic. It's about COVID, dude.
I started voting in 1979. I'm 62 years of age, and I've seen politicians come and go, obviously, during all of those years. I grew up in the 70s when there were the miners' strikes. I did my homework, on the 3-day working week where we only had electricity for 3 days and had to do it by candlelight. All of those things. I've lived through all of that, so I understand all of that. But never, ever in my lifetime have I seen what is patently a corrupt government like this one, where they are taking from the poor and they are giving to the already rich. Factually, we have seen yesterday there was the Public Accounts Committee put out, and nobody's reported it in mainstream media, that in the 2 years preceding Johnson becoming Prime Minister, there was an approximation of £5.5 billion of fraud and waste on government departments. In the following 2 years, when Sunak was Chancellor, that quadrupled to £21 billion of fraud, and it's not being investigated. And this report said, not that mainstream media has reported any of it at all, people wouldn't even know it existed, because they leaked it out on the day Prince Harry was in court, again using the bad news day tactic. So they said that the HMRC is a department for concern. They said that of the £7.9 billion that went into COVID testing, £6 billion of that was given to the companies recommended by Tory MPs and ministers and peers. It goes on and on.
You don't have shit like this in China, dude. Hey, Gaius. Hey, Slavic.
And it's not being reported. I see that because I go digging for it, and then on social media I put it out to my followers, and they see it for what it is. I mean, I could go on for hours about the corruption. Well, I'm very happy to, but Greg Hans, the current chairman of the Conservative.
They wasted a shit ton of everything, dude. It's not waste, it's just money laundering. It's called it what it is.
The last one had to go because he'd been dodging tax and then he lied about it, Zahawi. This one, not reported in mainstream media at all. This one, £25.8 million contract he gave to his friend, his personal friend, who was a chair of Hammersmith and Fulham Conservatives. His name is Mark Higton. He had set up a company called Lux Lifestyle, which hadn't traded at all. Suddenly, they get a £25.8 million contract for PPE. Oh, that's nice. He then sets up 3 other companies, Lux Care Consortium 2, Lux Care Consortium 3. So you've got 4 companies. Not one of those companies has filed company accounts yet for that period of time, and he is consistently trying to strike off the companies. And HMRC, I believe it's HMRC, I don't know that for a fact, are saying no, we can't, refusal to strike, that's what it's called. And it's all there on Companies House, you can go and see it, everyone else can go and see it. So why isn't...
This is the norm in the West, dude. This is the fucking norm. And you know what? We don't have examples like this in fucking Russia, China. On this level, dude. It's fucking nuts. I remember there was a building company in China that was doing poorly. It wasn't corrupt, right? It wasn't corrupt. It was just underperforming, right? It was underperforming. And everyone came in and said, look, China bad, right? But so I asked the Chinese, okay, what's going on with this company? They said, yeah, the company is underperforming. We want it to collapse.
Greg Hans asking his mate.
I know, Mr. I. It sucks, dude. I think they found his remains today.
What's happened to the money? Where's the money? These are questions that people should be asking. You know, back in the 70s or 80s, people would have to resign automatically just for the discovery of that. And now we crack on as though...
That's nothing happens, dude. When you have something like that discovered and open, no one gives a fuck, dude. It's the fault of the people. This is why when people in America said, it's not our fault that our company or that our country is fucked. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because there's no accountability. And the people have to create the accountability.
Nothing's happened. Well, it has happened. And it's affecting people. It's affecting people whose bills are going through the roof, who can bet, you know, for the food banks. We know all about this. And it's disgusting. I've never known anything like it in my lifetime, which makes me become very active. You know, I've been involved on the sidelines of politics, working for both the major parties at various points to do with education and children, because that's my passion. The one understanding in life that I have is that the super rich never have enough. I have never known greed like they have.
Very fucking nuts, dude. What were you saying, Artyom? I missed your chat here. Of course, shit happens with migrants. I was afraid to speak out everywhere. But here I'm thinking of writing. People want radical solutions. But this is what not to do. I agree, Artyom, I agree. Don't do radical solutions. Don't be a reactionary. I will only lead to problems. It will only lead to problems. People don't realize that this problem has existed and will exist. It cannot be solved by counting fingers. This takes time, a large, huge amount of time. The most correct solution to the growing problems of migrants for us is to deprive the rights of despoilers who are trying to protect criminals. And in relation to criminals, the adoption of the most stringent measures. They must understand that there is a law and there will be consequences for breaking it, and not some kind of exile to the family. But this also takes time to identify all the despoilers, apply measures to them, and those who will apply measures should not take bribes from them. Something else, Artyom. Something else. I think when you have migrants coming into your country, there needs to be a process of receiving them. And that process should involve involve something that educates them about how Russia or whatever country, how it works, in the hopes that they won't like go out and lecture Russians about how to dress, for instance, right? And how to be educated in the law and like fucking normal behavior. But I agree with you, reacting to something that happens like in a vacuum does not work. Kroll, the people are encouraged to be submissive. I disagree. The people are tricked, fooled, entertained, occupied, suppressed, oppressed. But it's still, you need to, that is part of the obstacle. And whatever obstacle is, it is still the responsibility of the people. I don't quite agree. Migrant fear is a weapon they use to control us. Yes, but what we're talking about here is that you got migrants committing crimes. They should just be held up to account to the law. That's what we're talking about, which makes sense in all cases, right? That makes sense no matter what, whether it's a migrant or not. And when you got migrants going in and imposing their religion, that is a mismatch. That needs to be fixed in some way. Like we saw in the video earlier. Artyom is saying, but I was talking about the problem in a whole, not the video you watched. It was an old one, like 2 years with the girl and the guy. Okay. I want to comment on the issue of the Russian migrants. There is some problems with the migration, which is caused by the Russian corporations such as Yandex, which brings a lot of illegal migrants here, so that these migrants work as taxi drivers and couriers for pennies. But the problem is greatly inflated by nationalists. According to official MVD police, migrants committed only 9% of all crimes last year. This is 91% of crimes are committed by Russians. No one is saying that migrants is responsible for crime in Russia. No one is saying that, I think. Right? Well, is Combat saying that? What? Did I say that? When did I say that, though? You just read a claim that said that? Maybe I just fucking missed it, dude. So I was looking at the chat, and he was saying that shit happens with migrants. People want radical solutions. I don't see anything where he's claiming that, though. There's a growing problems with migrants. Okay. I don't see what? I don't see that, though. Do you remember what I said? It is the people's fault. They need to hold the government accountable. I don't care about the size of the government. If it's a small government, they can still be corrupt and dangerous. If migrants are bringing crime, that's solved by implementing the law. Right? There's something here, Theo. The Twitch guy, Uteo, who was giving statistics about crimes, and 91% are Russian. That's according to passports, not ethnicity, apparently, Theo. I don't think anyone here is saying that all migrants is an issue. No one is saying that though. obviously, I think the reception of migrants is paramount. I mean, should they learn? Should they have an ability to learn Russian? That would be so much easier to integrate, right? That does not change anything. Migrants do not have passports, and they commit very few crimes in Russia. That's an official fact. But tell the Russians who are committing crime, they have a passport. And if that passport says Russian and they're not ethnically Russian, but they are migrants. I know that blaming migrant is a tool, but that doesn't mean we can't discuss migrants. As long as we are aware that fear-mongering around migrants is real, and we do know that. For instance, in America, it's a tool. It's very much used in America as a tool to fearmonger. It's a right-wing talking point about that, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have security on your border. That's just normal. And that doesn't mean you should prevent illegal entry into your country. Obviously, that makes sense for any country. Obviously, fucking obviously. Otherwise, you're gonna fucking get drugs and explosives in and all sorts of shit, dude. And when you have illegals coming into your country, they are essentially work on behalf of the rich, so they are abused by the rich. But they try to hide that fact by blaming migrants and saying they are bad. I'm aware, dude. There are official statistics on crimes committed by migrants. This does not change anything. Migrants are... 40% of my clients are migrants. It is necessary to solve the issue of illegal migration by sanctioning Russia corporations, and not by spreading nationalism and hatred of people. I believe that yes, I think that the people, the companies who are abusing them should be punished. Yes, definitely. Definitely, dude. Russian ethnically got passport today. Who are they? Another degree of citizenships where I am not. I don't know what this. I don't understand it. I think there's some sort of, I don't know. Someone is giving you an argument, Teo. I think you can do both, Teo. Always better receptions of migrants is fine. There should be no narrative or stories spun about migrants are causing crimes. That obviously that shouldn't be spun. If migrants are causing crimes, whatever, they should just go under the normal fucking law, dude. Fixed. Now give me statistics and crimes committed by migrants from the Russian Federation in Tajikistan. People never speak about the hate crimes against migrants. Yeah, but that's I think that's more American media. In fact, they do speak about that. I think they do. Ethnically, according to the documents, according to crime. I don't know exactly what I'm showing here, dude. I don't really know. You do have problem with companies that get punished either only $1 million fines when they are billionaires. Don't you think they should go bankrupt? I think they should be punished in a way that makes sense. What you need to do, Sean, is something like what China is doing. Punish in a way that prevents abuse. So if the punishment is payable and it simply doesn't matter, then it's irrelevant and you don't need it. You need something that prevents it from happening again, right? It would be good if you have bad actors, CEOs, who are traced and tracked. So if they do something like that, they can't like run a company again. That would be great, dude. I need to pee. they're not going after TikTok because it's Chinese. They're going after TikTok because it's an outlet where the youth has an ability to learn about things America don't want them to learn about. For instance, Gaza genocide. That's the reason. It's nothing to do with racism. Everything to do with implementing control and information control and shit like that, dude. Artyom. I don't understand why you're saying this. Is the Tajiks are worse than people? You're talking like a typical nationalist. The problem is that there are a few Russian criminals in Tajikistan because Tajikistan is a poor country and that's it. I think there's a problem in America where companies get fined too little. Sibirushka, why is China dumping US Treasury for gold? Is something incoming, boys? China's holdings of US Treasury bonds plunged by 22.7 billion in February to 775 billion. What? China has been divesting itself for US debt for several years, with its investment for the latter hitting a 14-year low. We got a video about does the Geneva Convention protect the residents of Gaza? Question that the US does not want to answer.
Thanks.
Mr. Secretary, is the Geneva Convention apply to Gaza? Reporters have been asking this for months and not got an answer.
Hi, Secretary. I was the one who asked the question there, whether the Geneva Conventions apply to Gaza. We haven't been able to get a question on that. Many reporters have asked.
I'm not going to answer it now. So we're.
Why would it not, dude? Why would it not?
We're off the record here. If we're not, I'm not.
Yeah, we're not going to answer the question here. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Do you recognize the Geneva Conventions as applying?
I've answered your question.
No, you haven't. You've evaded it, and your colleague deceitfully responded to it. Do you recognize the Geneva Conventions? It's a simple question.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize the Geneva Conventions as applying to Gaza?
When you interrupt me, it's not a matter of
you. I'm
not going to take additional questions.
To a simple question.
Go ahead. You got two questions.
I'm totally contrary. No, I didn't get two questions.
You did. You asked a question about your report and you asked a follow-up. Please go ahead.
You're refusing to answer it.
Go ahead, sir.
Do the Geneva Conventions apply to Gaza or not? Apply to everywhere on the planet except for the Palestinians. Isn't that right?
Fucking idiots, dude. Fucking idiots, dude. The video you showed where a man was arguing with a girl, it was posted in a Telegram by people who call other people monkeys because they're in a different nationality. It's just for you as a fact, so you understand who's fighting migrants in Russia. I'm not talking about nationalism. I'm hinting that it's not worth protecting migrants criminals. The fact is that there are migrants who are criminals. You point to corporations that bring these migrants here. They are also criminals. To reduce the phenomenon to nationalism is the simplest. I feel like you should do both, obviously. You need to punish both the companies, and that will hopefully prevent it from occurring, right? You got illegals coming in, but that will always happen. Criminals, right? You can't prevent it completely. In most cases, I would imagine that Tao is absolutely right that the majority of fucking migrants, they are normal, hard workers. We got a guy here. What happens when? Look how he, look how engaged he is, dude. So weird with the fucking stance and shit. According to the latest NBC News national poll, Robert F. Kennedy leads to Trump voters switching their allegiance to JFK. JFK?
Look what happens when we
rather than Biden.
Add RFK's name to the mix. Suddenly, we have a new leader. Joe Biden, 39%. Donald Trump, 37%.
They're gonna try to make it seem like Biden is actually winning the election. How fucking pathetic, dude.
There's Kennedy getting 13%. In other words, we're seeing by a better than 2-to-1 margin, it's Trump voters who are flipping over to Kennedy in this.
That's not fucking true, dude. This is a fucking lie. They're gonna use this to fucking spin the elections again, dude.
Not Biden voters. You see it right here. 15% of Trump voters. When we add RFK's name to the mix, they go to RFK. Only 7% of Biden voters. So it's a big change right there.
The US is allocating $1 billion for humanitarian aid to Gaza. Israel is obliged to ensure its speedy delivery. Hey, CDF. I think you're right, dude. I think they want to tell a story where people actually like Biden. So they can back up whatever they're doing. Right. What the fuck? What was it, dude? Biden has never been looking worse. He's doing a fucking genocide. The Democrats fucking hate Biden. And now they're trying to make it seem like the Republicans, they don't like Trump. For what reason, dude? Trump hasn't been president. RFK hasn't done shit, dude. What has he done? He makes some fucking YouTube videos. Mostly observed by the West, the left, sorry. Trump won't get assassinated. I don't think that. New aid for Ukraine includes RIM-7 and AIM-9M missiles, Stinger anti-aircraft, HIMARS ammunition, and cluster munitions, according to the Pentagon. Okay. I want to show you some footage here. I'm not sure if I can show you, man, because this looks fucking weird. I got like what looks like a body. May 5th is the anniversary of the failure of the American Eagle Claw operation in Iran and the killing of 8 American Delta Force commandos in the Tabas Desert, following a sandstorm that caused the downing of the American helicopter. Operation Eagle Claw was one of the most special operations of the United States forces, which was carried out by the order of the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, to try to rescue 52 embassy employees who were captured in Iran. So I'm not sure I can show you all of this, dude. So these were the Delta Force people who died, suppose. I'm just gonna double check here to see if you can. I'm not gonna show this, dude. I'm not gonna show this. I can explain what we're looking at here. We're looking at a wreckage, helicopter wreckage, sand fucking everywhere. I can't tell if it's burned because it's black and white. There's bodies on the ground which look burnt, honestly. The bodies, I'm not sure if they are burned. They're covered in sand, dude. Like, you know, in the movie The Mummy. Hey, Truth, what's up? I think both Trump and Biden have no power to change the wherever the oil companies or the bankers wants to take America. I don't think so. I don't think so, dude. Apparently it was more than a helicopter. There's a picture here that's just so weird, dude. It looks like fucking from the movie The Mummy. This might be like historical, so I could technically show it to you, but I'm not going to take the chance. I don't think Trump has the liberty to move in a way where it makes sense. That's why Trump didn't fix things the first time around. Because he just can't. Instead, he did more of the same. He took money from the poor and gave it to the rich. Right. He continued the war in Syria. He sanctioned Russia. He sanctioned China, which hurt the economy, which hurt the the people of America. What is this? Is this about the protest? What? I don't know. Where's this from, dude? NYU. An interview we had at NYU.
With tonight's protest.
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU is doing.
Is there something that NYU...
Why would you sanction China? Why would you sanction anyone, dude? Sanctioning is essentially like a weapon at this point. And two countries can work together. So this thing about competing and imposing rules on the other, it's a free market, right? So
He's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're...
And when you applied the tariffs on Chinese products, China wasn't hurt that much by that, but the American people who were buying those products were hurt by those tariffs. So the tariffs was not paid by the Chinese, it was paid by the American consumer. So that was an extra thing that the American consumer have to pay for. It doesn't matter if you're rich.
You know what NYU is doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine will be free!
I wish I was more educated. I'm not either.
Oh.
I came from Colombia. I was there up at Colombia and we came down. They started...
I don't care about this video, whatever. Biden says he will always make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against Iran. Dude.
My commitment to Israel, I want to make clear again, is ironclad. The security of Israel is critical. I will always make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against Iran.
The protest is paid for. I thought they were defending Palestine.
Terrorists to support.
Is that?
And with this aid, the United States is going to help replenish Israel's air defense and provide other critical defense so Iran can never carry out the destruction it intended with its attack.
What about defending Iran, dude? You're not going to defend Iran?
With tonight's protest.
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stop.
Support for Palestine. Why is it paid for, Shunt? TikTok expects to defeat US restrictions. Look, there's a child that's smoking. Dude, so fucking dumb. Because we need to defend the law combat. We need to implement international law and defend the law. So when someone in the global sphere breaks international law, you apply the law to defend that, right? So when Israel bombs the Iranian consulate in Damascus, that's breaking international law, and you should prevent that, right? That's why anyone who's like sane and rational would be doing that, right? When Iran attacked hedging that issue, when Iran attacked Israel, that was perfectly legal, which means there's nothing to defend according to international law. So combat that thing where you pick a side because you are physically located there. I don't care about it. If you want a good world, you just need to implement international law, dude. Iran doesn't want to do anything like that. Remember, the policy of Iran is just purely self-defense. In fact, the religion in Iran says they can't attack anyone, only in self-defense. Meanwhile, America has first strike policies, and so does Israel. In fact, they are the only countries who has that. So combat, you are saying something that doesn't exist in reality. You're doing that thing where you live in the delusion. Iran only is acting in self-defense, and they always have. Israel has not. America has not. So what you say is not the truth, and I've just proven it. Even the religion of Iran is like that, right? Right. And obviously, what you would want if something happens in the Middle East, there's two countries who's like doing shit what you would want to look at, okay, who is wrong? And when you say wrong, or you use the word, if you use the word wrong or rights or something like that, that's a reference to a framework that is international law, not who do I like the most. Right, combat. So that's why America should just say, yeah, we're going to go by international law and we're going to defend Iran when Israel breaks international law. Obviously. But combat, you have this position. Yeah, we are the good guys, even though you do all the evil. We are the good guys, so we just need to fuck international law and try to defeat the enemy. Combat, you have this version in your head that you are the good guys and they are the enemy, even though yesterday you admitted that America is the bad guys. Let me tell you something, combat. You're not the good guys. You're the bad guys. If you really want to take that spin, you should swap it around. China, Iran, and Russia are the good guys, and they should defeat America. And they should just break international law to do so. You should follow that, dude. But if you don't want to follow that, at least follow international law. I thought you complained about Russia invading Ukraine. I suppose you did that because of international law, but maybe it only applies to you when it's convenient. This is the corrupt Russian. And it really looks like he had a lot of money, dude. Click. What the shit is that? It's a kid. I'm glad that they caught him. His son studies in England and his daughter lives in France. He has interesting taste in shoes. Yeah, there's not many countries that like openly has like worshipping for like fucking demons and shit like that, dude. The entire architecture is like, oh, fucking Satan. Oh, maybe we're the good guys. Maybe not. Come on. Did you not see? George Soros's plan for Europe combat? I thought you didn't like these things. And here you are defending it. This is the corrupt Russian. This is the TikTok CEO, Cheng. You ready? Cheng.
Hi everyone. A show here. As you may have heard, Congress passed a bill that the president signed into law.
Yeah, but you can just look at it. Salman. Do you know why Hamas attacked the bay the USA built for supplying aid? I haven't heard anything about that. I thought that Israel, IDF was guarding that pier.
That is designed to ban TikTok in the United States.
But obviously, Hamas are within their legal right to attack it because it's on Palestinian territory. So in theory, they can just do whatever they want. They can attack an enemy force trying to build infrastructure on their territory. So in theory, they should be perfectly fine doing that.
United States. That will take TikTok away from you and 170 million Americans who find community and connection on our platform. Make no mistake, this is a ban on TikTok and a ban on you and your voice. Politicians may say otherwise, but don't get confused. Many who sponsored the bill admit a TikTok ban is the ultimate goal. It's obviously a disappointing moment, but it does not need to be a defining one. It's actually ironic because the freedom of expression on TikTok reflects the same American values that make the United States a beacon of freedom. TikTok gives everyday Americans a powerful way to be seen and heard, and that's why so many people have made TikTok part of their daily lives. Rest assured, we aren't going anywhere. We are confident and we will keep fighting for your rights in the courts. The facts and the Constitution are on our side, and we expect to prevail again. Our community is filled with people who have found acceptance and compassion, offered inspiration and encouragement, increased.
That pier is not being used for aid, Rangers. The aid can be transferred through the land corridor, which Israel is blocking. So whether Israel is controlling the pier or the land corridor is irrelevant. It's way easier, Rangers, to transfer a shit ton of aid through the land corridor, which Israel is blocking. So if you think this is about aid, it's not. It's not about aid at all. It's a PR stunt. I can explain it to you. There is trucks coming from Egypt, going through the Rafah crossing into Gaza, and that aid is being checked in Cyprus. Israel is checking that aid in Cyprus, and if there's a scissor in an aid package that has wheat, the entire package goes out, including the wheat. Right? If there's a nail clipper in a package that has like fucking whatever women products and shit like that, Israel takes the entire thing out and throws it out, dude. Once Israel has approved the aid by their own like specs, it goes to Egypt, and then it goes through the Rafah border, where Israel again prevents it from going in. So Israel can just allow the aid to flow through Rafah, but they're not doing that on purpose, because since 2007, Israel had a public policy of starving the Palestinians. So when Israel is preventing food to going in from Gaza, this is nothing new. This is an Israeli policy from 2007. So Israel is obviously punishing or trying to starve the Palestinians to death. Obviously. Hey, Wizard. How are you doing? You're late, Wizard. They're saying that no aid is better than some aid. No, I'm saying that the PR is not for aid. It's a PR stunt, and if it won't be used for aid, it will probably be used to fucking kill more Palestinians. The last thing it will be used for is aid, because if they really wanted to send aid in, they would just let open the Rafah border crossing and send aid in, and they wouldn't be bombing the aid trucks, and they wouldn't be bombing the aid workers, which they have been doing for 6 months at this point, right? Claim is different from reality. America is trying to throw away responsibility, but we know that the Rafah border crossing is closed. Rangers, you also know that you got Israeli settlers going to the Rafah border crossing and preventing aid from entering. So you got civilians, Israeli civilians, preventing aid from entering. Not only the IDF soldiers or Israel, also civilians are preventing the aid from going in. So if you want aid to go in, you just need to sort your stuff out.
Their awareness and brought into perspectives, ultimately adding more delight and joy to their lives. Our community is also filled with 7 million business owners who have built their livelihoods on TikTok. While we make our case in court, you'll still be able to enjoy TikTok like you.
Why doesn't Egypt help their own doorway? Why don't they help? What? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Come on. Help with what? Egypt is sending aid into Gaza. Israel is preventing it, dude. Yeah, but you blaming someone without having a rationale behind it makes no sense, Combat. I could say China did it, but without saying why, it's completely nonsense, Combat. Combat, this is a mature chat, dude. If you blame someone for something, say why, dude. Obviously.
You always have. In fact, if you have a story about how TikTok impacts your life, we'll love for you to share it to showcase exactly what we're fighting for. Meanwhile, we will continue to invest and innovate.
I know, Rangers. And many infants have died because of that, Rangers. Remember, Rangers, that before October 7th, you had thousands, you had 80,000 Palestinians in Israeli prisons. There was also just kidnapped from the streets, right? Remember, the Palestinians live under military law, okay? And there's children who's been like kidnapped on the streets, women kidnapped, raped, and held in prisons. So you can't use the argument that you have hostages in Gaza, but prisoners in Israel, right? Both of them are kidnapped, right? Egypt doesn't hate Israel. The Egyptian government is being paid by America. That's why they got American tanks.
To keep our community vibrant, exciting, and safe. Through our US data.
They do. Combat, they do. Combat, what do we want them to do? But I've seen some help. But the last thing that Egypt should do is to empty Gaza. Because remember, that's why Israel is very racist. The right to return doesn't apply to the Palestinians. So when you got Palestinians who have been expelled from Palestine, they have no right to return, right? Even though the Israelis have. This is why Israel is just like super fucking racist, dude. Right? And it's not really democratic at all. So the last thing that you would want is for the Palestinians to exit, because they would never come back.
The security efforts, we have built safeguards that no other
yes, I do, Rangers.
Has made. We have invested billions of dollars to secure your
help the people. How combat? The people need aid, right?
Your data and keep.
And remember, the combat in remember the government in Egypt is owned by America.
Our platform free from outside manipulation.
Yeah, but Israel is preventing that. Israel is controlling the border crossing between Egypt and Gaza.
I can't say this enough. This extraordinary diverse community is what makes TikTok so special, what makes it matter, and what makes it meaningful. And we'll keep working to ensure you will always have the opportunity, the safety, and the freedom to enjoy all TikTok has to offer.
I don't think they're gonna succeed in that, dude. I don't think they're gonna fucking succeed. Because the Americans are brain-rotted crow. So when you have any platform and you have people who are super fucked, they're gonna put fucked content up there. And TikTok is not doing anything to incentivize that. TikTok, like any platform, is just promoting what people want to watch. It's like populism, right? Just like YouTube or whatever. So TikTok is not responsible for the mental state of the Americans. The education system is responsible. The parents are responsible. The culture is responsible. And a way to dismiss all these claims, they blame TikTok to blame China for how dumb the Americans are. Right, but obviously a platform is not responsible. TikTok is an expression of the state of mind of the Americans. Okay, and that's something that's been cultivated in America for a long fucking time before the existence of TikTok. You can look at something like overparenting. It's part of that, dude. TikTok has reading a lot of data. But have you read the end user license of Facebook Messenger company? Try. This is the tapas incident. I'm not sure if you're gonna watch that, dude. Let me just double check. So this video is about the we're not gonna watch that. Fuck off. I don't care. About the Delta Force operation. I don't. In Kharkov, the night strike in Otakaya, Rosha Street. Judging by the footage, it flew into the parking lot of enemy equipment. Pay attention to the silhouette of the car skeleton in the abandoned building. So Ukraine is trying to say this is an abandoned building, but apparently we see vehicles in here, dude. Is that a vehicle? It's very tough to tell. It's very tough to tell, dude. I can't. I also can't tell. Ukraine said it was an abandoned building. I can't really tell what's in there, dude. Okay, I can see something there. Something. The US quietly shipped long-range ATACMS missiles to Ukraine. So these ATACMS, I think, can we look at these somewhere? I don't know. So from what I know about these ATACMS is that they have a range of 300 kilometers. The older ATACMS was 140 kilometers. Ah, goddammit. So this has more than twice the range, which means they can be used to hit the rear, like Crimea, for instance, right? This is about the new ape. So these ATACMS, they might be clusters. I'm suspecting they're gonna be, more clusters, exactly. I'm suspecting they're gonna be cluster munition. The good thing about these, from military point of view, is that they are launched from the ground. So the ATACMS is also 300 kilometers, but they are launched from the air, which makes them harder to use, right? So about the aid packets, so that's, we went through this yesterday. So you got air defense, man pads, small arms, just nothing, dude. The aid package to Ukraine just seems like a bunch of bullshit. I don't know what to say. I mean, is it enough for a day, a week, a month? I have no idea, because there's no numbers on them. It says we send shells, yeah, but how many shells, dude? We got Blinken pointing fingers. This is Blinken in China. So I showed you earlier he was in China.
I arrived here in Shanghai, in the People's Republic of China.
That's Shanghai.
To work on issues that matter to the American people. One of those is fentanyl, synthetic opioids. Leading killer.
I've seen evidence that the American government is responsible for producing fentanyl and selling it to the American people. And there's a guy who proved that was happening. And he sent it to the police and nothing happened, dude.
Of Americans between the ages of 18 and 49. President Biden, President Xi, when they met in San Francisco at the end of last year, agreed to cooperate to help prevent fentanyl and the ingredients that make it from getting to the United States. We'll be working on that. Besides my counterparts in the Chinese government, I'll be talking to students, to academics, to business leaders, the people who are building bridges and ties between our countries. And of course, we'll be dealing with areas where we have real differences with China, dealing with them directly, communicating clearly. Face-to-face diplomacy matters. It's important for avoiding miscommunications, misperceptions, and to advance the interests of the American people. I look forward to productive meetings here in Shanghai and in Beijing.
Blinken. He's gonna check up his students. What does that mean, dude? Israel strikes back against Iran. I don't know what this is about, dude. Is this about the dumb attack that happened like a fucking week ago?
Israel has launched a bold attack against Iran. However, it failed to deter the country or any of its allies in the Middle East. The attack on April 19th came in response to the April 13th to 14th Iranian missile and drone strike on Israel, which was a retaliation for an Israeli strike on the Iranian embassy in the Syrian capital Damascus at the beginning of the month. Iranian media reported the interception of at least 3 small drones over 8th Shikari Air Base near the city of Isfahan. In addition to the drones, which were reportedly launched from within Iran, the Israeli military used 3 never-seen-before air-launched ballistic missiles at the airbase. The first stages of the missiles fell in central Iraq. Israeli strikes hit several air defense sites in southern Syria during the attack, leading to speculation that Israeli warplanes launched their missiles from some area along the country's border with Jordan or Iraq. The main target of the attack was an air defense site housing one of Iran's S-300 PMU-2.
They didn't hit these S-300s, dude. We saw satellite footage from the S-300s, and they're undamaged.
Long-range systems within 8th Shikari Air Base. Satellite images showed some burn marks near the fire control radar of the system. The targeted air defense site is reportedly responsible for the protection of the nearby heavily fortified Natanz nuclear facility. Israel didn't acknowledge the attack, neither was officially blamed for it by Iran. The next day, April 20th, an explosion rocked the Kelso military base in the central Iraqi province of Babylon, which is used by the Iran-allied Popular Mobilization Forces. At least one person was killed and 8 others were wounded. The U.S. denied responsibility, while some Iraqi sources said that it was the result of an Israeli attack. In a response to the suspected attack, the Islamic resistance in Iraq, which has links to the PMF, struck the southernmost Israeli city of Eilat with a suicide drone late on April 20th. On April 21st and 22nd, there were 2 attacks against U.S. bases near the town of Qarab el-Jir in the northeastern Syrian governorate of el-Hasakah and at Ain el-Assad in the western Iraqi province of el-Anbar. They were the first attacks against American forces since February. The IRI was blamed. In Lebanon, Hezbollah also escalated its operations against Israel, shooting down a Hermes 450 combat drone over Lebanon on April 22nd and attacking a key base near the northern city of Akka with suicide drones on April 23rd. Overall, the Israeli attack has clearly failed to send a strong message to Iran. The results of the attack are questionable, and Tehran allies were not deterred. Now Israel will likely escalate against the Hamas movement and other factions in the Gaza Strip to make up for this failure. There are already reports of a U.S. green light for an attack on the heavily populated city of Rafah in the southernmost part of the Palestinian enclave.
Give me a moment, dude. Thank you for being here, Combat. Do you have any missile tech standard drones for the start, Rotterdam? Yeah, I know. I know that. Do you have any missile tech standard drones? But that's not the drones that Israel used. That's a Reaper drone. That's from an older conflict. That's from 2023. That's a Reaper drone. These fucking Americans, dude. So fucking dumb. So fucking dumb, dude. There is a good video, boys, of a former KGB agent saying that they infiltrated America. It's quite funny, dude.
What do you spell? It is in our own culture.
Quite funny. Obviously, it's not. This is from the. This is an attack on Ben Gvir while he was entering the vehicle in Israel. It's not like an attack, but you know what I mean. We got Jake Sullivan here. Is already preparing the narrative to explain the future losses of Ukraine.
Territory in the east, including the city of Avdiivka. And while today's announcement is very good news for Ukraine, they are still under severe pressure on the battlefield. And it is certainly possible that Russia could make additional tactical gains in the coming weeks. Russia has tried to grind out very slow, costly progress on multiple fronts over the past few weeks. They are threatening the town of Chasiv Yar. They are threatening settlements to the west of Avdiivka. And of course, they're raining hell down on Kharkiv and other cities across Ukraine. The fact is that it's going to take some time for us to dig out of the hole that was created by 6 months of delay before Congress passed the supplemental. And that's why territory in the
let me just take this again. Hang on.
Slow, costly progress on multiple fronts over the
Costly progress. So until the last Ukrainian, dude.
weeks. They are threatening the town of Chasiv Yar. They are
Chasiv Yar.
Settlements to the west of Avdiivka. And of course, they're raining hell down on Kharkiv and other cities across Ukraine. The fact is that it's going to take some time for us to dig out of the hole that was created by 6 months of delay before Congress passed the supplemental. And that's why
Egyptian source to Sky News Arabia. Any Israeli violation of the peace treaty and its security annexes will be responded to decisively by Cairo. So I don't know why Egypt is saying that, dude. I don't know. Is Egypt afraid of being hit by fucking Israel? I don't fucking know, dude. We got a Ukrainian here, disabled or missing a limb. There's still a job for you in the Ukrainian army.
У мене була ситуація, у хлопця травма, на правій руці відірвало 3 пальці. Залишилося тільки 2. Ну, в нього була там ще контузія по вухам, розрив барабанної перепонки. Тобто я закривав барабанну перетинку йому, відновлював слух, відновив. Він приходить до мене, я говорю, ну як ти, комісували? Він каже, ні, їду. Я говорю, куди ти їдеш? В тебе 2 пальці на руках. Ну, 2 пальці. Він каже, та сказали, що можеш з іншою.
Хтось питав, як він стріляє, от дають такі...
There's many videos from the front lines where the Ukrainians have mobilized fucking mentally disabled people, dude. Or like people without limbs.
Нанопротези, алюмінієва проволока, її зараз ніде не знайдеш. Пару хомутів, ну пластикових, покажи, друже, як треба.
I'm arguing with an asshole on There's something I want to do. Am I doing? Turbo. I need turbo, dude. This one. So this woman right here is not her, dude, but a woman like this. She was, is that a fucking tits, dude? I'm not sure. I'm gonna fucking remove the fucking video if that's the tits. I don't know.
Morgan!
Is that the tits?
Just for the record, my name is actually just Piers Morgan.
But what is happening in this video is Piers Morgan brought online some fucking psycho pretends that it's a pro-Palestine protester to like belittle the Palestine protest.
Free Palestine. Piers, can you say free Palestine for me? I think. Piers, can you say free Palestine for me? If you stop shouting, yeah. I want you to say it. Yes, I'm happy to say. Okay, I'm not going to shout. If you just, Mr. Piers Morgan, if you just keep quiet, I can answer your question. Yes, I'm very happy to say that. I'm never quiet, Piers. Sorry, you're still talking. I'm never quiet. Okay, but try. I'm never Otherwise, quiet, I can't. Piers. I cannot. You asked me to do something.
Yeah, and Piers is bringing her on for that purpose. This is a political hit on the fucking Palestine protest, dude.
If you don't
obviously
shut up, I can't give you the answer. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll shut up for you. I absolutely believe that Palestine should be free. Yes. Oh, okay. And how are we going to do that, Piers? Give us the answers, Piers Morgan. Give us the fucking answers. Okay, how are we going to make Palestine free? Yeah, if it was as simple as me... How are we going to do it? If it was as simple as me just giving a simple answer now, it would have been done by now. It's a very complicated issue. But let me ask you again. Let me ask you again, seriously, why did you do what you did to Alec Baldwin? And what did you hope to achieve? Alec Baldwin... Look at me. Piers, honestly... Piers, look at my body. Look at this. Look at me. Piers, I was maimed by a white man.
Yes, I showed it to the stream, dude.
Performative artist. I understand you're trying to make everybody laugh. You've made your joke about your terrible maiming.
Satellite, you're lashing me.
Right. Okay. I'm not lashing you.
I was beaten. This is the third. This is the third white man to beat me this week.
Right.
Third white man. Yesterday, my white boyfriend beat the shit out of me. This is the third white man. Monday was Alec. The second day was another white man. Third day, Pierce Morgan is beating me up on international TV.
Obviously it's an attack, dude. Obviously it's a fucking attack on the Palestine protesters, and it's fucking nuts, dude. And what's sad is that very few people will recognize that, dude. We got a guy, cancer patient. Okay, I think it's from America.
Someone please explain to me how my insurance company can legit just deny cancer surgery, like out of every kind of fucking surgery that there is, for little, you know, like 5 nodules on my lungs. My fucking insurance company denied me probably 5 times back to back to back, saying it was experimental of some shit. How is it if my doctor says that I need it to save me, to burn out spots in my fucking lungs? How does the insurance company get to decide that, oh, you know what? No, that's experimental. That's some bullshit. This happened over and over again with me. Please tell me this has happened with somebody else as well. They make you jump through fucking hoops, like have your doctor call and explain like why you actually need it. Why do they need to call and explain? Dude, like if they say you need it done, it should automatically just get like okayed 100%. The amount of fucking stress and nonsense that insurance companies put on top of cancer patients and really just freaking anybody is absolutely absurd to me.
American healthcare is fucked, dude. The Iraqi army has confirmed that it has ordered Kaihong 5 reconnaissance and strike unmanned air vehicles from China. The Iraqi army just bought Chinese drones, dude. The insurance companies have everyone but a short and curlies. This is a Russian Sukhoi 57 stealth fighter. I thought, didn't ClickLock or someone mention that they were gonna use this at the front? Maybe they already are, dude. Very cool aircraft, boys. ClickLock told us how many they have, but I forgot. It was very little. 50, 60. I don't know. Not enough. What is this, dude? Why the red pill manosphere, a gateway to Islam? The reason why I saved this one is because I wanted to maybe watch it, dude. Why is the red pill manosphere a gateway? Furnace?
Yeah. You know, so when you actually understand how the world really... Yeah.
Moving on, boys. Look. This one was attacked by HIMARS. This is a multifunctional radar from the S-400 system that was slightly damaged as a result of relatively close approach of an M30A1 missile with tungsten. So maybe not a HIMARS, but some sort of missile. And look at the fragments here. Very curious, dude. The radar is obviously super sensitive. And this is the ATACMS that they received. That one, I think. ATACMS block 1A or IA. I don't know, 1A. So this is the range, I think, of that ATACMS. So you can see it can reach all over Crimea, dude. The Kerch Bridge inclusive. And they can even reach to Rostov-on-Don. All into Russian territory. Belgorod, dude. So it can make a difference. It can't because they don't have enough numbers, but it can make damage. Okay, that's a big difference. We got Bill Keating.
Look at that vote, 73%.
Yes, thank you so much.
And what is this? Another one, the FSP 4 something. That's the guy. That's the Ivanov, the Russian deputy, Sylvester. Okay. This is somewhere in Khinky. So in Kherson, southern Ukraine, there's the river, the Dnieper River. This is near that river. Supposedly. Everything is fucked, dude. This might be in the river itself, but it was depleted, but I'm not sure how it looks like at this point. You see, that's funny. Combat. Combat, that's so dumb. Hey man, reports. What's up? Sorry, I was looking on Discord. It's half 10. I don't know how much more I got. If we man, now if I'm gonna get done with this today, we might be able to do like a quick conversation today. Manabi Pauls is a Twitch streamer. You guys should check him out. Okay, I'll do that. I'll come on your stream and I'll DM you. I won't have the audio on, just so you know. You can join my Discord and we will talk down. We got a video here from Chasavia, filmed by the Ukrainians.
Сука, 100 тысяч, блядь, получаем, нахуй. Да, блядь. Я, блядь, підери вам готов, блядь, вам хуйово, що ми їх получаємо. Завідно, нахуй, нам за це платять, блядь. Готов, сука, помінятися з кожним, нахуй. Хто хоче попробувати? Як у вас настроєння?
Пользуясь случаем, передаю привет маме.
Да? Це пиздец. Сейчас убьем. Ёпаный в рот, кто кадры?
Снял?
Пизда я хуя знаю. Оно.
Ты, блядь, а нам туда идти.
Russia's April's oil and gas revenue to double. Not bad, dude. So Ukraine of military age will no longer be able to obtain a passport abroad. Now you'll have to return home to get documents and a summons. Okay. Ukraine forces destroy a Russian Buk air defense system. I couldn't even see it, dude. Where is it? It's very tough to tell, but that is. Poland ready to help Ukraine to get military-age men back, minister says. So Ukraine and some of the Baltic countries are going to help get the Ukrainians back to fight Russia. We got the Russian ambassador to the UN. Russia will soon submit its draft resolution on weapons of mass destruction in space, taking into account discussions of the US-Japan project and ideas approved by the majority Russian permanent representative to the UN, Vasily, said. Good. Those weapons in space. I'm sure they already have weapons in space. We got Mike Johnson, the Speaker of America, saying Hamas cooked infants in ovens on October 7th. So now he's going around spreading the fucking lies, dude.
The horrific facts of September 11, 2001, the attacks on the United States that happened right here in New York City, and they've attempted to excuse or to ignore the barbaric attack of Hamas in Israel on October 7th, 2023, where Israeli women and children were savagely raped and murdered, and infants were cooked in ovens.
That's a fucking lie, dude.
Crowds of radical activists have chanted death to America and on our own streets in this country, and sub-public officials have refused to condemn them. Others
Fucking lie, dude. Can I show you something? So this is the beach of Gaza, right? And this is their fucking beach. Palestinians swimming at Gaza's beaches enrages Israelis. What, dude? Rangers, are you here? Yemen Houthis have announced attacks on US and Israeli commercial ships, as well as an American destroyer. I wonder if they attacked it, dude. I wonder if they hit it. Hey, Thomas. Younger adults sympathize more with Palestinians than older Americans. This is why TikTok is relevant. This is exactly why TikTok is relevant, dude. Younger Americans are more critical of both why and how Israel is fighting than older Americans. Younger Americans less likely to favor military aid to Israel. Minimal age difference in views of aid to Gaza. Percent of Americans who say that the following statements about Jews are true or false. Jews stick together more than the Americans. Mostly somewhat true. Jews, okay. We got Netanyahu calling American students Nazis.
What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. Anti-Semitic mobs have taken over leading universities. They call for the annihilation of Israel. They attack Jewish students. They attack Jewish faculty. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s. It's unconscionable. It has to be stopped. It has to be condemned, and condemned unequivocally. But that's not what happened. The response of several university presidents was shameful. Now, fortunately, state, local, federal officials, many of them have responded differently, but there has to be more. More has to be done. It has to be done not only because they
I know the audio is low, sorry.
attack Israel. That's
Hey, Obvious Guy, how are you doing?
bad enough. Not only because they want to kill Jews wherever they
Привет.
are. That's bad enough. It's also, when you listen to them, it's also because they say not only death to Israel, death to the Jews, but death to America. And this tells us that there's an anti-Semitic surge here that has terrible consequences. We see this exponential rise of anti-Semitism throughout America and throughout Western societies as Israel tries to defend itself
When he says anti-Semitism, he means anti-Israel.
against genocidal terrorists who hide behind civilians. Yet it is Israel that is falsely accused of genocide, Israel that is falsely accused of starvation and all sundry war crimes. It's
Israel's policies is starvation.
all one big libel, but that's not new. We've seen in history that anti-Semitic attacks were always preceded by vilification and slander, lies that were cast against the Jewish people that are unbelievable, yet people believed them. And what is important now is for all of us who are interested and cherish our values and our civilization, to stand up together and to say enough is enough. We have to stop anti-Semitism because anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. It always precedes larger conflagrations that engulf the entire world. So I ask all of you, Jews and non-Jews alike, who are concerned with our common future and our common values, to do one thing. Stand up, speak up, be counted. Stop anti-Semitism now.
Super fucking unhinged, dude. Fucking unhinged. Tom sent this one.
50. Well, let's look at where young people are getting their news. Nearly a third of adults 18 to 29, these young people in the U.S. are regularly getting their news exclusively from TikTok. Pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas hashtags are generating 50.
When he says pro-Hamas, what he means is pro-Palestine, pro-Gaza, anti-genocide.
50 times the views on TikTok right now, despite the fact that polling shows Americans overwhelmingly support Israel over Hamas.
Yeah, but the polling doesn't show that. The polling shows that the youth doesn't support Israel. It's just lying.
These videos have more reach than the top 10 U.S. news websites combined. This is not coincidence. The Chinese Communist Party is doing this on purpose.
No, they're not, dude. This is organically driven, dude. Just like on Twitter.
They are pushing this racist agenda with the intention of undermining our democratic values. And if you look at what's happening at Columbia University and other campuses across the country right now, they're winning. Well, let's look at where young people are getting their news.
Again, I think we reached the point where we have some videos about the protest. This is a video where we can see that's the Fox cameraman, I believe. You saw him, right? He's there, he gets pulled down, up, and then a camera in his face, dude. I don't know why he was taken down. That's the live view back.
Holy shit! Move back, 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 move back.
Fucking totalitarian America, dude. Democratic values shit. I want to show you this video. A Russian drone, capturing another drone. You know what I should have done? I should have kept it until it could fly it back to it. This is in Tbilisi, Georgia. You still got protests there against the foreign agents bill that has already passed. Toms, do you know what I think will happen here, dude? I think America has plans for Georgia. Otherwise, they wouldn't invest in these protests. So I think this is the lead up to something bigger that will happen eventually during the next round of elections. Police crack down on the university protest. You saw the European flag at these protests in Tbilisi, by the way, Toms. And English slogans, obviously. I haven't seen that a bit, but I haven't been updating the news the last like 3 hours. Is that the paintball shooting? Sounds so weird, dude. I never heard a paintball sound like that. Rubber bullets or something. UK is helping Russia pay for the war in Ukraine via loophole on refined oil imports. Good. More from the protest. Is that the one we saw before? That's the Fox News guy. It's disappearing. We saw that. We talked to Cosmo earlier. He said that Texas was very fucking racist, dude.
Imagine what we can do next. 4 more years. Pause. 4 more years. Pause. 4 more years. 4 more.
Look, he was looking at the teleprompter, dude.
4 more years. Pause. 4 more years.
He read that, dude. That's not the first when he does that. So fucking funny. Could you imagine a Chinese fucking politician or a Russian politician doing this, dude?
What has been
seen
cannot be unseen, and the world can
Is he gonna talk about the mass graves, dude?
now see exactly what European values really are. 200 days of Israel systematically wiping Gaza from the earth, 505 bombs a day, 21 an hour, doctors executed, mass graves in hospitals, journalists murdered, and all the while with not just the silence, but the active complicity of the European Union. The European Union who flew the flag of the oppressor from day one, whose countries axed the funding to a starving Palestinian population despite any evidence of any wrongdoing from anyone against UNRWA, who increased the flow of weapons to Israel tenfold since they started a genocide, weapons to slaughter Palestinians, So keep your hand wringing and your crocodile tears. It couldn't have happened without your complicity. It's continuing now because of it. European values, same as it always was. Murder and colonialists, you'll never be forgotten.
True. Fucking true, man. We got another... Fuck that one, dude. So I think this guy was also involved in like bribery with the one called Isanov, or whatever the fuck it was, the Russian deputy. So this guy's also involved, like Casey. So it doesn't say what he did, dude. He was a link in the chain through which Ivanov received illegal services related to the property. Alright? What is this? I really don't know what this is. What the fuck is that, dude? What is it? Anti-Trump stuff. But where? Twitter accounts too.
Всім привіт! Мене звуть Олеся. Я розповім свою історію англійською мовою. Hey guys, my name is Olesya, and I'm a former employee of the so-called Troll Fabric in Kiev, Ukraine.
Oh shit, dude. I thought it was Russian collusion.
And you know, today I want to tell you something about this structure and some reasons why I have left this job. I may be wrong, but I think it's the first time somebody published insider materials on this topic since 2019, when a journalist infiltrated the office in Kiev to make a report about it. And back then I did realize that it was a troll fabric, but you know, I told myself it's okay because I always supported President Zelensky, and I still do. And yes, at first the job was focused on supporting President Zelensky online, like writing positive comments or posts, etc. So we were mostly working on Facebook and Instagram.
Do you guys remember? We talked about this recently. The fucking Twitter bots that they found, the Russian ones, but they found them in Kiev.
As the time has passed, I was transferred from the Ukrainian department, which worked for Ukrainian audience, to the English-speaking department, which were focused on the English-speaking public, like Americans and Europeans. But the topics remain the same: support for President Zelensky, support for Ukraine, and Ukrainian war effort. We also had French, German, and Italian departments. I actually heard some other offices in Kiev were hiring people who spoke Finnish and also Swedish and Estonian. About a half year ago, our main chef in command, Andrei Borisovich Yermak, paid us a visit. I'm pretty sure you have heard of the head of President Zelensky office. Really, it was an unusual event for the main figure behind our project to come visit the office. So he came with some English-speaking officials who were introduced to us as the American partners. We were told that they were very important guests, but no further details. Some of my colleagues told me that they were probably CIA. During the visit, they said that our field of work is expanding, and we were told that our new target was the United States of America, especially the upcoming elections. Long story short, we were asked to do everything to prevent Donald Trump from winning the elections. So
this is election interference by the fucking government, Casey. You did this too.
This topic was added to our main lines of work. Since then, each of us had to post at least 3 or 5 posts daily, posing as the Americans and the Europeans, and criticizing Donald Trump and praising Biden. The Americans have even organized a few lectures for us to get a better understanding of American politics and American mindset and main social and politics issues. Then we were occupied with the topics for the job, which sounded like this. Unlike Trump, Biden is a smart and experienced politician. Unlike Trump, Biden will never betray NATO partners. Trump will alienate our partners. Also, Biden will not abandon Ukraine, and Biden will protect democracy while Trump is Putin's puppet. I honestly tried to convince myself it's okay, since Biden is a clearly better option for Ukraine. But, you know, it was too much for me. Some of my colleagues felt really nervous too. One thing is to work for the best interests of my country, but interfering in US politics is a whole other thing.
There's so much bullshit on Twitter, dude. Hey, Viceroy. I feel like Twitter is fucked, man. It's obviously election interference, dude. We got the Bernie here talking about US aid and the destruction of Palestine.
Most of the bombs and most of the military equipment the Israeli government is using in Gaza is provided by the United States and
Which makes the US complicit.
Subsidized by American taxpayers. The U.S. military is not dropping 2,000-pound bombs on civilian apartment buildings. The U.S. military is not doing that, but we are supplying those bombs. The United States of America is not blocking the borders and preventing food, water, and medical supplies from getting to desperate people. We are not doing that. But we have supplied billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government, which is doing just that. So this is not just an Israeli war, this is an American war as well.
America is more than complicit, they're a fucking partner in this, dude.
And yet, despite the massive financial and military support the United States has provided to Israel for many years, Netanyahu's extremist government has ignored urgent calls from the president and others to alter their military approach and to end this humanitarian disaster. In my view, the United States' unconditional financial and military support for Israel must end. And that is why I offered an amendment to this bill to do, in fact, what a majority of the American people want us to do, and that is no longer to provide military aid to the destructive Netanyahu government. I would have welcomed
Israel.
The chance to vote for the humanitarian aid provision in this bill. Terribly important that we start feeding people, not only in Gaza, but in Sudan and all over the world. It's an important provision. I want to support it. I believe very strongly that we should support Ukraine and help them defeat the imperialist ventures of Putin and the Russian army. But I'm not going to be able to do that, because I'm going to stand with the American people today who oppose more money for Netanyahu. What we are doing today is very bad policy. We are aiding and abetting the destruction of the Palestinian people. What we are doing today is not what the American people want. And I say to my Democratic friends, it is absolutely not what Democrats. A lot of Republicans don't want us to continue that as well. But a strong majority of Democrats are saying enough with Netanyahu's war. You just can't give him another $10 billion for unfettered military aid. But I suppose in a little while, as things happen here in the Congress, we will ignore the needs of the American people. We will not pay attention to what they want. And then we are shocked, just shocked, that we have a 14% approval rating.
I thought that Biden was winning because of IFK. So when Trump is going to lose the election, you won't be surprised. The focus on Jews of conscience is misplaced, in my opinion. So it's coming from a Brit, I think.
Thank you for that. Now, Vanessa, let's come back to you. And we've been hearing in the mainstream press in recent days and weeks that members of the Jewish community feeling unsafe in the UK.
Yes, and this was an extraordinary article in the Telegraph following an incident with the Metropolitan Police at a Palestinian protest, which we'll come on to. Britain's Jews fear for their lives because Sir Mark Rowley is a weak coward, while other nations show strength and resolve in the face of the Islamist menace. Our police have shamed themselves. So I picked out, I mean, the article, I do recommend reading it. It's quite extraordinary. It doubles down on the propaganda and hyperbole that.
What exactly are they doing to the Islamist menace? Oh yeah, putting a genocide, dude. At this point, it's like a label that you're doing something right. Same thing with being like paid by Putin and shit like that.
It's effectively pretext for the genocide that has now been ongoing against Palestinians for 200 days. But this was an interesting section of the article. So apparently the author joined a Zoom conference where she states that the Jewish group were deciding whether to ride out the present troubles and hope for the best, or to make Aliyah, which of course is to take up residence or to settle in Israel, an offer available to every Jew, while of course Palestinians have no right to return to their homeland. She then says the younger bearded guy who lived in Manchester had already made up his mind. He'd witnessed several recent attacks on Jews and his family's bags were packed. Look at the demographics, he said bluntly. The Muslim population is growing. It's not safe for us. But this is our home, one woman protested, her voice quavering. A second said she was joining us from Tel Aviv. She advised the rest of the group to get out while they still could, even faced with the prospect of rocket attacks from Hezbollah and the threat of war with Iran. That lady and her husband still felt safer in Israel than in Hampstead Garden suburb. This is quite extraordinary. This is actually effectively spin to promote settlement in Israel, while perhaps many settlers are actually fleeing the security situation or lack of it in Israel. And this was back in mid-March. An Aliyah fair in London saw hundreds from the British Jewish community attend. And since the start of the Gaza war, they're claiming, this is in Jerusalem Post, a 40% increase in new immigrants from Britain to Israel. So let's have a look at the incident that sparked this article. Sunak, appalled by officers' threats to arrest Jewish man at pro-Palestine rally as calls mount from Met Boss to quit. So let's see what was actually said. In the exchange, the officer can be heard saying to him, "You are quite openly Jewish," while of course there were hundreds, if not thousands, of Jews actually on the march in defense of Palestine and against a genocide that's being committed by Israel. This is a pro-Palestinian march. I'm not accusing you of anything, but I am worried about the reaction to your presence. No mention of arrest there.
They fucking lied, dude.
Now, Mike and Charles, I don't know what you think, but this strikes me as, let's say, a staged event to further fuel the claims that Jews are at risk. But let's hear from some of the Jews that were actually on the march.
Well, I'm Jewish and I'm here and I feel very safe. I actually feel very at home in this crowd of people who just want peace.
As a Jewish person in London at weekends, I don't believe these statements that it's unsafe.
Absolute rubbish. I've been here every Shabbat with my kippah on.
I've had nothing but love, nothing but welcome from everyone I've spoken to. The idea that London is a no-go zone for Jews is just for the birds. It's rubbish.
These Jews have come out specially. There were 500 of us meeting outside Belgrave Square. We've all come here on purpose to show that that's rubbish.
Politicians are pushing it as just basically propaganda and to push their own narrative, to pretend that there isn't another voice that opposes the genocide going on in Gaza, to try and weaponize anti-Semitism to a degree.
We've been sold a false narrative, and I think it's really important for Jews everywhere to stand up and say, I'm not okay with this, and this is not being done for me.
Jewish people are not a monolith that all think the same. There's thousands of Jewish people who feel very comfortable in London and oppose the events in Gaza.
So it seems that they don't agree with the media headlines. Also over in the US, concerns over anti-Semitism rise as Jews begin observing Passover.
The problem is that this won't be shown, dude, but they'll just suppress these things.
And then this article in The Guardian, not like other Passovers, hundreds of Jewish demonstrators arrested after New York protests. About 300 people were detained near Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's Brooklyn home. So let's see what the article says. Hundreds of Jewish anti-war demonstrators have been arrested during Passover. The 300 or so arrests took place on Tuesday night at Grand Army Plaza. So again, it appears that also in the US, Jews are effectively on the side of humanity against the genocide of Palestinians. And then let's have a look at an article in Ynet, again, Israeli media. Number of Westerners seeking to make Aliyah surges since October the 7th. Israel has apparently received 12,745 new immigrants, 3,074 of them in March, quadrupling totals for October 2023. Amid escalating global anti-Semitism, there has been a significant rise in immigration requests from France.
I saw other data from this that said they had way fewer, dude.
Canada, the US, South Africa, Ukraine, and Australia. So are we seeing, again, the Zionists orchestrating anti-Semitism in order to increase illegal settlement in the state of Israel?
And I would question whether the anti-Semitism is actually taking place, Vanessa, at all, or whether it's merely a media campaign. Thank you.
Where is the anti-Semitism? I mean, if the pro-Palestine rallies is not anti-Semitism, dude. That's so fucking ridiculous. This is Israeli hate graffiti in Palestinian houses, which they occupied and trashed in northern Gaza. January 2009. They've always been the same, dude. It's always been the fucking same. Nothing to do with Netanyahu or bullshit like that. We got Scott Ritter talking about military aid that America just passed.
$61 billion that will be provided to Ukraine.
I'm gonna play this differently because the volume is just too low, and I fucking hate it, dude.
$61 billion. A lot of money. But let's break it down. 13.8 billion of this will be used to provide weaponry to Ukraine. Now, this is not anything to, belittle. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of weaponry, but it's not 61 billion. There's another 9 billion that'll come to Ukraine in the form of just direct cash assistance. This enables the Ukrainian government to pay pensions, pay salaries, basically do things for the Ukrainian people that the United States Congress is apparently unwilling to do for the American people. But that's a different issue altogether.
Me too, Viceroy.
But will this be enough to...
It shows that the American media is not working 100%.
...turn the tide? The answer is no. The $13.8 billion in military assistance that will be provided to Ukraine will be insufficient to basically halt the Russian advance that's currently ongoing and turn the tide to send the Russians back to, according to the Zelensky formula, the 1991 borders. This isn't just me making this assessment. This is the assessment of Ukraine's foreign minister, Kuleba, who has said that at this late stage in the game, there's no amount of military assistance that can stop the Russian advance. And he's correct. You know, there's talk about magic weapons, the ATACMS, F-16s, more artillery ammunition. And all these, of course, if they make it to the front line, will complicate the military situation and cause Russia to suffer more casualties and cause the Ukrainians to suffer even greater casualties. But it won't stop the Russian advance. Right now, Russia enjoys military superiority, if not outright supremacy, along the entire line of contact, not just on the front lines, but extending well into the rear areas of the Ukrainian defense areas. As weapons are brought into Ukraine and brought up to the front line, they will be subjected to increasing levels of interdiction. Very little of this military
Have they not always been that, though? Maybe less so.
Assistance will actually make it to the Ukrainian soldier at the front line. And when it does, the Ukrainian soldier and this equipment will be dispatched relatively quickly by the Russians, who will be tracking this equipment throughout its entire journey from the west to the front lines. No, $13.1 billion, it'll be destroyed relatively quickly. It won't last long, and it certainly isn't going to change the outcome on the battlefield. Russia has the strategic advantage, and regardless of the amount of money that the United States, Europe, or anybody else pours into Ukraine, Russia will retain the strategic advantage until victory.
True. Problem is that the weapons they're sending is just there's too little of them, man. They don't have enough. Russian scientists create the world's first drug to treat WW3 disease. I don't know what that is, dude. The drug has demonstrated a high efficacy and safety profile and has already been registered by the Russian Ministry of Health. WW3 disease, also known as ankylosing spondylitis, is a form of chronic rheumatic inflammation that primarily affects the spine and sacroiliac joints. Cool. I covered that already. A fake lady, an Iranian intelligence officer, started a relationship with an Israeli truck driver on Facebook and one day asked him to send a photo of the Iron Dome. And he did. Now the driver is in prison for spying for Iran.
ומכאן אנחנו לחשיפת ניסיון איראני. אסור לנו בתגובת צה"ל מזי, כיפות ברוק. כן, שיוכל.
Russian flag, dude. More territory taken by the Russians. This, where's the Russian flag? Yep. This is in Krasnohorivka factory. And again, we got industrial areas here where the Ukrainians are retreating. And you know, the industrial areas are very easy to defend, so that's a bad sign. The head of KGB of Belarus said that an attempt to attack Minsk with drones from the territory of Lithuania was prevented. Lukashenko said that NATO has plans to seize the Kupin region of Belarus with the help of trained militants who should capture Kupin, proclaim Samagara power, and called NATO troops there. The militants are undergoing training on the territory of Ukraine and NATO countries. They are trying to create terrorist cells inside Belarus. There are no plans to carry out mobilization on the territory of Belarus yet. Dozens of Russian nuclear warheads have already been deployed on the territory of Belarus. The missile was supplied at Lukashenko's personal request. This sounds bad, boys. Sounds very bad. Officials are sounding the alarm about the grave dangers posed by lithium batteries found in electric vehicles.
This demonstration shows what it looks like when a lithium-ion battery fails and sparks a fire, often because of faulty design or overcharging. Those batteries causing more than 200 fires in New York City alone last year, injuring 147 people and killing 6. And look at this battery catching fire and exploding next to a child.
Startup charge in 5, 4.
We met with researchers in Pennsylvania to see what happens when a lithium-ion battery is purposely overcharged and fails, starting a fire. We are here with Steve Kerber. He is with UL's Fire Safety Research Institute.
Grows and spreads like this.
Kerber and his team outfitted this 1,600 square foot house with everything you'd find in the typical American home. Then they rigged it with cameras and an array of sensors that measure heat and gases.
It's going to catch fire, it's going to release a lot of gas, and we're going to see an explosion.
Researchers removed the safety features on the battery to ensure it would fail. After 2 hours of overcharging the scooter, smoke. 17 seconds later, the explosion buckled the windows. This is what it looked like from the inside. 12 minutes later, the living area engulfed. It was too toxic for us to get into the home after the fire, but here's what it looked like inside after Kerber ran a similar test 2 weeks earlier.
But if they remove the safety features, if you buy like cheap crap, I can see it's gonna be an issue. But I guess you never really fucking know what you're gonna buy. If it's you don't never fucking know. Ukraine needs more soldiers. Ukraine needs a lot of things, but Ukraine won't win with more soldiers. I don't know what this is. Everything about this video is just perfection.
Dôležité je to, že poslednýkrát vystupujem v tomto parlamente a želal by som celému parlamentu, celému svetu, celé Európe, na Ukrajine, Rusom a Ukrajincom. Želal by som im mier a z toho dôvodu dovolte mi vypustiť holubicu mieru na znak toho, že Európa potrebuje mier. A nech táto holubica mieru lieta nad celou Európou. Nech táto holubica mieru nás všetkých spája. All Europe needs peace.
Can you catch it as well?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, un rappel au règlement. Où est le bien-être animal dans le geste qu'a fait cet intervenant? Je trouve ça absolument inacceptable.
D'accord avec vous et on va rapporter cet incident à notre présidente et on espère que l'animal va bien s'en sortir.
What the shit, dude? He's trying to fix peace. Oh, but the fucking pigeon, dude. This is at the French embassy in Moscow. See. China successfully launched the international space mission Shenzhou 18 with 3 members of member crew. Hey, Sugi.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition. And at the moment, 20 seconds after the liftoff, we will have a pitch over, which means that the flight direction will change from a vertical one to the horizon one to the eastward.
Just a spectacular view there.
Yeah, you can see the 8 engines working very perfect.
And you can hear the voices from the launch team providing tracking status, saying things are going good. And that's exactly
great.
what
We can see the videos from the camera mounted, looking backwards.
So these are the side boosters.
Yeah, we can see 2 of the side boosters. And
nice.
At about okay, I believe this moment already the pitch over has already been accomplished.
So if things goes well, we could see the escape tower being detached in just a few minutes.
We just heard that the ground stations report that everything goes okay, the flight is normal.
And we can see both the infrared image and the optical image.
Exactly. So at the moment of the 120 seconds will be the critical step to jettison the escape tower.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does, dude. Obviously, they are fucking ahead, dude. Hamas will lay down arms if a two-state solution is implemented. So that's coming from the Hamas senior leader. In other words, they want peace. Ted Cruz, insider trading. Ted Cruz declares selling 500,000 of Goldman Sachs stock. Is the bank gonna collapse, dude? His wife is the managing director at Goldman Sachs. Okay. There's no turning back for Putin's relations with Britain. This is David Cameron, British foreign minister. It's a fucking idiot, dude.
Absolutely not. When I became prime minister, we had.
What he's saying, there's no way of having peace with Russia. Just like Ukraine outlawed peace.
A difficult relationship with Russia, and I thought it was right to try and see if we could build more of a relationship, but ultimately it broke down over what Russia did in Syria, over what Putin did in Ukraine back in 2014. By the time I left office, the relationship with Russia was in a pretty bad situation, but because of what Putin has done. And since then, obviously, he's behaved in an even worse way. I think
Putin's just bad, dude. Lithuania can help Ukraine returning men of conscription age. So not only Poland and Germany, and who else was it? I fucking forgot, dude. It's gonna return the Ukrainians. So until the last Ukrainian, that is the motto, dude. Russia welcomes serious interest in joining BRICS. So take a look at this. On April 25th, 1945, Soviet and American troops met at the Elbe River near Torgau in Germany. The inscription on the banners: Americans will never forget the feat of Russians. American greetings to the valiant Russian allies. Clearly something went wrong between then and now. Clearly. The University of Texas students received this email today. Dispersal order for the occupants of the South Mall. The governor of Texas has threatened the pro-Palestine students. These protesters belong in jail. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in Texas. There's been tasered there, dude. Anti-Semitism on campuses in the US is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in 1930s. What? It's not, dude. No, it's not, dude. Can you show us that, dude? This is a professor from the university being arrested.
Philosophy department office and tell them I've been arrested.
Fill up philosophy department?
Yes. Call the philosophy department office.
I will.
Arrested for disturbing the peace. You can't arrest someone from anti-Semitism, dude. Why is she cloaked? Why is she fucking messed up, dude? Meanwhile, in Britain.
Oh, good. Oh, troop has been thrown. Oh, good lord.
Good heavens, what is going on with the horses today? Look at that horse going back over without the trooper. Look at this. Trooper's been thrown, folks. That's enough of, we don't need that to include that. Police are coming out to check on the trooper. Oh, good heavens, look at this. Troopers running out to try and get the other horse. What is going on? What is going on?
What is this doing? Charlie Kirk.
What is it? That's a stupid question, dude. That's a dumb question.
What is a woman? It's not a trick question. What is a woman?
This is a way for Charlie Kirk to cater to the right-wing people who thinks this is cool. In any way, he's a fucking fraud and a phony.
You can't answer the question with the question. Yeah, define the woman without saying woman.
It's a social symbol. Defined by people.
You're in college, paying for an education. What is a woman?
How about you talk to someone with media training? How about you talk to someone?
You don't need media training. It's not a trick.
Well, yeah,
what is a woman? You can't answer the question with the... It's the college kids of America going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt who think it's a trick question when you ask them what a woman is.
Yeah, obviously this is just him not trying to prove anything, but just get a bigger audience with people who think this is cool. It's obviously fucking bullshit. NATO pays to prolong Ukraine's agony. This is about the aid bill, dude.
NATO countries are appending more and more money to the Kiev regime, which can't stop losing its territories and vital strategic infrastructure on a daily basis. A new series of Russian precision strikes inflicted more damage to Ukrainian military and infrastructure facilities throughout the country. On the evening of April 24th, the city of Mykolaiv came under a second attack during the day. After Russian drones and missiles destroyed several personnel accommodation facilities and port infrastructure in the evening, at least 2 strikes hit one of the large local industrial facilities. Ukrainian military officials also confirmed damage to warehouses with military equipment as a result of Russian strikes in the southern Odessa region. During the night, massive Russian strikes continued. Ukrainian military confirmed strikes in the Cherkasy and Poltava regions in the central part of Ukraine. The military airport in the town of Mirgorod, which is one of the largest acting airfields of the Air Force of Ukraine, was struck.
Surely, look at the position of that airfield, dude. There must be something the Russians can do. I know it's tough destroying a fucking road because it's so easy to repair. Surely there's something, dude. I don't know.
25 explosions were reported in the Cherkasy region. The targets of the attack are yet to be revealed. One of them reportedly were the facilities of Ukrainian air defense forces deployed near the town of Smila. More Russian strikes were reported in the constantly pounded regions of Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, and Kherson. At the same time, the armed forces of Ukraine are retreating, unable to stop Russian advance on the front lines. Over the past days, Russian forces have achieved large victories in the Avdiivka region. After Ukrainian servicemen fled from their military positions, Russian servicemen rapidly took control of almost the entire town of Okoratino, which is an important stronghold located on dominant heights. While they are completing the mop-up operation there, Russian forces have launched an assault on the neighboring village of Novobakhmutovka. After short battles, Russian servicemen raised their flag in the center of the village. Ukrainian military command sent reinforcements in an attempt to save control of the village of Solovyovo nearby. But this decision is unlikely to have any significant impact on the situation on the battlefield. Amid the defeats of the Ukrainian military, the West, led by the U.S., is forced to spend more money to pay for the war-torn country. Washington finally approved simultaneous allocation of new aid packages to continue its wars in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Ukraine should get $61 billion from the American wallet, more than a third of which will be allocated to replenish U.S. reserves. Washington finally acknowledged the supply of long-range ATACMS missiles to Kiev. Supported by Zelensky's lies, the U.S.
I wonder if they used these ATACMS against the oil refinery.
Staged a bad play, retroactively confirming the transfer of dangerous weapons which are already in service with the Ukrainian military. The Russian military
surely they will use them against Crimea,
has already shot down ATACMS missiles that mainly threaten its rear regions.
Surely.
Vem desse lado aqui, Ren.
Corta não.
No outro aí. Deixamos lá pra cortar com piranha. Não usa alicate mais não. Aí. Olha só, galera.
Você tá doido. They do. We covered this. The UK Deputy Prime Minister declined to condemn the Israeli occupation, killings of Palestinians and the burial in mass graves, stating that the UK expects the democratic government of Israel to investigate any allegations of misconduct. What the fuck, dude?
May I join in wishing the Jewish community a happy Passover and also in sending my condolences to the families of family and loved ones of Frank Field. 2 years ago, when mass graves were discovered in Ukraine, This House united in condemnation and rightly treated these graves as evidence of war crimes which Russia
Good evening.
must be made to answer for. Yesterday, Palestinian officials uncovered 2 mass graves outside the bombed hospitals in Gaza. These graves also constitute as a war crime, don't they?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, of course, we would expect the democratic government of Israel to investigate any allegations of misconduct, and that's exactly what they do, and it's exactly what the Foreign Secretary and the Prime
It's like asking the murderer to fucking investigate himself, dude.
Minister urge them to do. But I find it quite extraordinary that she seeks to draw parallels between the legitimate war of self-defense of Israel and the conduct of Russia.
Murray Black.
300 bodies, including the elderly and the injured, some of which had been stripped naked, mutilated, with their hands tied behind their backs. The UK's own arms policy states that if there is even a risk that war crimes may be taking place, then that is reason enough to halt the sale of arms. Given all we know, why then is the Prime Minister yet to do so?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, we continue to urge the Israeli government to investigate any allegations of misconduct. The difference, though, is that we can trust the Israeli government, a democratically elected government, to properly investigate those things. And of course, we keep the advice under review. The Foreign Secretary has recently made it clear that he has conducted a determination and has not changed his advice regarding export licenses, and I think that is the correct decision.
That is completely fucking insane, dude. That is completely fucking insane. Did Russia investigate their own war crimes too? The Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, who is in St. Petersburg, visited yesterday's exhibition of Russian military products. Овен.
А также можем в радиусе нескольких километров выявлять всех абонентов телефонов.
It's not about the Russian assets. The thing about the Russian assets. Which one was that? Santana? I missed it though. Which one is that though? I don't think China will ever retaliate. They'll find a way without advice. That looks weird, dude.
Позволяет осуществлять лазерное наведение высокоточных боеприпасов.
این امکان رو داره که با استفاده از تسلیحات لیزری عملیات انجام بده در اون خانه.
I know Pandemia.
И продолжаем стрелять, не меняя никаких настроек на цели.
به صورت کلی این تمایش رو برای اینکه اون سرباز اشغال کننده محلش استقرارش تغییر پیدا نکنه.
Таким образом, это всепогодный универсальный комплекс.
تقریبا در همه فضاهای
ByteDance. I think it's Singaporean, right? But no, it has Singaporean people. I think ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok, is located in China, but all the infrastructure is located in America. TikTok is not a Chinese company. I thought it was a Chinese company, shouldn't. Yeah, but yeah, the data is located in America. Yeah, exactly. This is what I showed you earlier. America has 61 billion aid packets buys Ukraine time. TikTok is American, like Facebook is American. Only shareholders is Chinese company. ByteDance, is that American? Because I know that ByteDance is Chinese. So ByteDance is a Chinese internet technology company, and I think TikTok is owned by ByteDance. Yeah. ByteDance is not shareholder. It's a parent company. I think they own. I don't think that's the same as a shareholder. It's ownership. They have ownership. I'm sure Viceroy that they might be doing that, because I don't think they care about that. The only problem is that TikTok is not like bending down to like trying to suppress certain information. They're not doing that, it seems. What is this, dude? An armored car from the early 40s. We got again Pelosi blaming Russia.
You know what the protesters and the hecklers are saying about Joe Biden, the label genocide, Joe. Could that could support for Israel cost Democrats the election this fall?
Of course, dude. The fucking left, they hate Joe Biden. The Democrats hate Joe Biden, dude. Obviously, they will cost him the election unless something is off.
Well, it's interesting to me that you use that term, because that's what we see at 3 o'clock in the morning outside of our house, flashing as long as this room, a sign that says that. And he has been, as I say, the force for humanitarian assistance to them. He now is calling for the ceasefire. Who's resisting the ceasefire at this point is Hamas. Remember, Hamas is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, but you say they are terrorists. In other words, so it's only the enemy of Hamas they say they are terrorists. For instance, the South doesn't say it, the East doesn't say it. It's essentially just G7 that says it.
In our view, Hamas has in its charter the destruction of the state of Israel.
No, they don't. They have the destruction of the entity that caused Zionist.
So this is more complicated. In terms of your question about the election, it's in Putin's interest for...
And what Hamas wants is peace. They essentially want peace, dude. And they're willing to settle for a two-state solution. So she's just lying.
What's his name? To win. And therefore, I see some encouragement on the part of the Russians of some of what's going on.
Where can we see that? I would like to look at that encouragement by the Russians. Can I see that somewhere?
Trust the sincerity of many of the demonstrators. It's organic, it's spontaneous, it's real. But some of it, I think, has a Russian tinge to it.
Yeah, how is it a Russian tinge because it's anti-genocide? It's anti-war, is that it, dude?
In terms of the election, people have to decide. Do you want to save the planet? What's his name doesn't.
Save the planet? What, dude? Trump doesn't want to save the planet. Fucking bullshit.
Save your personal liberties, women's right to choose, LGBTQ. Do you want to save?
What is Trump doing with that, dude? How is Trump destroying that?
Protect the children from gun violence? Do you want to protect our Constitution, our democracy? That's really what's on the ballot, in addition to those two names.
Fucking ridiculous, dude. That's an American politician, dude. Just lie after lie after fucking lie, dude. It used to be an American company called Musical. The Chinese only bought it and changed its name to TikTok. Okay. A journalist presses the Department of State spokesman regarding the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu demanding the US to crack down on students protesting in solidarity with Palestine, not Hamas.
You reject that. I mean, this is part of what America is all about. I'm asking you, do you reject the interference of a foreign leader calling for the crackdown on full American citizens exercising their basic rights, their First Amendment right to demonstrate? That's what I'm asking you.
The Prime Minister was commenting on something happening in this country. I will say,
I'm not
over the
asking
course
the Prime
of this,
Minister. I'm asking you. You are here representing the government of the United States of America. I'm asking you as an officer of this government, of this administration, do you reject the interference of a foreign leader saying that you must crack down on Americans exercising their right to demonstrate? It's a very simple question.
I wouldn't equate that to interfering, Saeed. It is someone saying something. Ultimately, anybody who has a modicum of basic understanding of how the National Guard and how local law enforcement works, that ultimately, and so we're talking about the National Guard, that is a decision up to individual governments. Just like you all ask me about things that are happening in countries around the world. Right. You ask the secretary, you ask the president about events that are happening in countries around the world. We're seeing leaders from around the world offer their comments on things that are happening in the United States. But when it comes to the actioning on those items, there are procedures in place. Ultimately, these individual campuses can speak to what safety protocols that they have in place to ensure that students, faculty, and others are kept safe. What I'm saying in a broad sense is that rhetoric that is rooted in anti-Semitism, rhetoric that is rooted in Islamophobia, rhetoric that is rooted in targeting individuals for just who they are, is...
What? They're not targeting individuals. What are you talking about, dude?
And we have seen that in some of these demonstrations. There is no doubting that fact either, Saeed. So now I've taken a couple of questions on this. You've got a bunch of colleagues.
I have a couple more questions, but I have one last comment. Don't you feel offended by the fact that a foreign leader is trying to fan the flames against Palestinian Americans in this country? That's exactly what he's doing. You don't feel offended by that?
Saeed, that is not how I would interpret the Prime Minister's comments.
That's fucking nuts, dude. But when are these people like going after like individuals? What are they talking about, dude?
Disperse! Disperse! Back up! Back up! Back up! Take the ball into the party. Back up!
We're with CNN. We're with CNN.
Go, go that way.
We're with CNN.
Move.
We're with
Move
CNN.
that way.
We're with CNN. We're with you, boys. We're with you. Ja, det er Gestapo, dude. Why did I save this one, dude? Fuck off. Moving on. We got the turtle bluet tank. I love that one, dude. Harp, Truth, Upsala.
Totally in weather prediction and eventually in weather control.
Very annoying video, dude.
Only on Planetara.
That's a very annoying video. Boeing Starliner. Parachute deployed for landing. Reusable crew module. So why did I save that one? I don't give a fuck, man. I'm moving on. It's so fucking late. Ukraine could use new weapons to hit Russian targets in Crimea. I told you, boys. Cute video.
Can I bring him into your house?
No, you're gonna leave him in here.
No, you're gonna cook him.
What? Director Woody Allen was spotted in New York with his wife.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Woody. Good to see you, sir. Have a good night. Thank you.
That was normal, dude. Both of them behave like normal, decent. Is this in English?
Family members of the victims.
So this is about the Boeing family members of victims of two Boeing 737 crashes met Wednesday. So I showed you that crash, dude.
Members of the victims of two deadly Boeing 737 MAX crashes back in 2018 and 19 are meeting with Justice Department officials today.
The DOJ is looking into whether Boeing went against terms of an agreement reached after those crashes when a panel blew off midair on this Alaska Airlines flight. The incident happened on January 5th, just 2 days before the settlement expired.
I think I showed you that.
Of an agreement reached after those.
Oh yeah, remember.
You don't like Putin just because you're jealous.
God damn it, terrible. Video showing Hezbollah ambush against IDF in IDF Golani Brigade. That's an elite brigade. So that's not much in this video, but apparently they were there. Right? It's very tough to tell. But what is this? Is from Ukraine. enlistment. I think it's from Ukraine. I think it is. Who do we got here, boys? Kim, new jacket. No, Panamera. I don't know it. North Korea leader Kim Jong-un attended test firing of new 240mm multiple launch rocket system shells. Nice one. Guess they are okay. These questions, they're so fucking dumb, dude. So fucking dumb. Again, we got shopping party. That fucking guy. I forgot who he is, dude. This guy.
The Gaza Civil Service today held a press conference this morning, which was televised, and they said that evidence showed that many of those pulled out from the 3 mass graves that they found, including children, were tortured before being killed. Some
Children were tortured, dude. What the shit? That's nuts.
even showed signs of being buried alive, along with other crimes against humanity that they accuse Israeli forces of. They called for an independent forensic investigation. This administration repeatedly says that it asks Israel, the Israeli government, to investigate itself. As a mediator for peace between Israelis and Palestinians, how does it ever make sense that the United States asks the accused party to examine itself and provide
Turbo, you need to do more in case of Discord.
reports that you have previously said that you actually trust? What's wrong with an independent scientific forensic investigation? I mean, if the results of such an independent investigation prove the accusations to be baseless, then that would be in Israel's favor, wouldn't it?
So, as it relates to the continued reporting about, we're seeing about these mass graves, first National Security Advisor Sullivan spoke a little bit about this yesterday, but we continue to find these reports incredibly troubling, and that's why yesterday you saw the National Security Advisor call for this to be thoroughly investigated. We want to see these facts looked into, and simultaneously we're continuing to press the government of Israel for more information. The IDF has spoken to this in some sense already, but we are continuing to press them for additional information.
But why not have an independent forensic scientific?
Yeah, why not have an independent investigation, dude? That's completely normal.
Palestinians are calling for.
We think this does need to be thoroughly investigated, but in terms of the modality, we continue to want to see some additional information from the government of Israel before
But
we
you're
make
asking
other
the accused to
assessments.
investigate itself.
We believe that through a thorough investigation, we can get some additional answers. We're also hoping to continue to get more information from the government of Israel on this.
But
Gita, go ahead.
On the humanitarian side of this
There's not gonna be any fucking hope for getting any sort of justice out from America and Israel, dude. Turbo, you fucked up, dude. We are looking at a football championship to start in Munich in June with very little promotion. Yeah, fuck Turbo. Just like these police officers do. That's a professor at the university. Yeah, Hitler. Look at these guys, dude. Hey, Phil, what's up? We got 400 bodies found in Gaza mass graves. There's other reports saying 700 bodies were found. So there's 2 mass graves that were found, right?
Happening on university campus.
And remember, evidence of torture. And that's torture on fucking children, dude.
Make sure we're still focusing on what's happening in Palestine and sharing the news and content that's coming from there.
Who the fuck tortures children and then kills them? Who does that, dude?
Like just this past week, nearly 400 Palestinian bodies were found at mass graves at the 2 largest hospitals in Gaza, the Al-Nasser Hospital and Al-Shifa Hospital. These are Palestinians who were killed by Israeli occupation forces when they had control over these 2 hospitals. Now that the IOF have withdrawn from these areas, Palestinians are discovering these mass graves, trying to identify the bodies from all age groups, men, women, elderly, children. Some have been found with their hands tied, some wearing surgical gowns.
Remember, if you want to terrorize the Palestinians from leaving, there's no point in killing people behind the scenes when no one sees it, right? If you want to be evil and no one sees it, what's the point? Yeah, they buried them. They buried them alive.
Indicate that they're probably medical staff. Bodies were cut up. They found signs of torture, heads smashed, stomachs and chests cut open. Unlike the IOF on October 7th, there actually is proof of all of this. Gaza Civil Defense believes that at least 20 Palestinians were buried alive. IOF also buried several bodies in plastic bags to make the bodies decompose faster, thus hiding any evidence of what they did to the bodies. Only about 40% of the...
That means they did something worse than what they didn't hide. Which is... what's worse, dude?
The bodies have been identified, the rest are still unknown. Palestinians who have loved ones who have been missing for a while are going around and essentially checking every body to see if it's their loved one. For example, one mother, her son has been missing for a while, so she's been going through every single one of the bodies at these mass graves. The only way she can identify him is through the ring that he used to wear on his finger that had a letter on it. Unfortunately, she keeps passing out because she's having to sift through literally hundreds of corpses to hopefully find him and give him a respectful burial. Just imagine these like plots of land covered in already decomposing bodies that have been there for months. Just imagine the smell. These are literally the massacres that we read about in history books. The fact that it's happening right now and no country is intervening. But Allah sees it all, and that is the only thing I'm able to hold on to, because justice will be served, whether in this life or the afterlife.
Humanity will have to pay for this, dude, as a whole. Humanity will have to pay for this as a whole, dude. That we are allowing this to happen. Fucking the torture and worse. Good night, ants. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. The torture of children, dude. And rape. Fucking beheadings. Buried alive. No one is doing shit, dude. That's on us. That's on fucking us, dude. Biden administration fully convinced Ukraine can win even with the new aid. I got my check, dude. I got my check, dude. I have an exemption.
Знаю, нічого, у вас ви в розшуку.
І що? Позвони на ТЦК.
Позвони до п***я.
Або ви покажете авто. Хорошо. Що, бородатий? Які претензії? Та тихо, не кричи, пан, не кричи. Ну не кричи, не надо. Яка оповідав воєнкомат? Пан, нас знімає камера. Не надо. Хай знімає. Не надо. Я інвалід другої групи, в нього вже є відстрочка.
Та я понімаю, я нічого зробити не можу, дивіться.
Ну що?
Він не доніс документи просто.
На вашу думку, як вирішити ситуацію з тим, що на фронті дуже велика проблема з людьми, їх нема. І де брати тих людей, якщо
Тих
всіх...
людей валом, депутати, тут є, там повний Київ цих є.
Депутати мають бронь.
У нього теж бронь є, що його дергають? В результаті треба вирішувати питання, щоб війна закінчилась.
А як її закінчити, якщо Путін, крім сили, нічого не розуміє?
Я розумію, але, на жаль, я вважаю, що це також не вихід. Тому що гине дуже багато молодих хлопців.
А вам не
Потрібно вирішувати її якось там, на політичному рівні. Так.
Тобто ви вірите, що Путін може якось дипломатично...
Ну, хоча б потрібно пробувати.
That's already attempts to fucking peace, dude.
I cut the national debt so far.
You did? Another fucking lie, dude.
And still got all these other things in.
Whoop. But vote for Biden. Ukraine pulls US provided Abrams tanks from the front lines over Russian drone threats. Oh, I thought the American were fucking game changer. The American weapons were game changers, dude. This is the video we saw. That's the Fox reporter. Will I get fucking handled that, dude? So fuck, there's many videos still. I kinda wanna watch this, dude. So what we got here is supposedly an ex-Mason who exposes the 6 sexual habits of Freemasonry.
Now, the final thing I have to share about this, and then we're going to be closing for...
You know what? I think I might try something. It's 75 megabyte. I think I'm going to play it here instead.
Now, the final thing I have to share about this, and then we're going to be closing for the break, is the meaning of this. And this is a very mysterious symbol, which, you know, you've heard all sorts.
Good night, Wizard. Thank you for being here. It's 12 o'clock. I need to hurry.
Sorts of explanations for it, but I'm going to give you the Masonic Illuminati inner meaning of what this means tonight. And it's going to probably gross you out and astonish you, and I apologize in advance for that. But this is what it means. Crowley reveals the secret behind the all-seeing eye symbol in one of his books, the Book of Thoth, which is a very advanced manual on tarot card readings. And this is the eye of Lucifer. But believe it or not, it corresponds to a human organ that, for lack of a more delicate term, we'll call the rectum. Which is kind of ironic when you think about it, that this represents Lucifer. And what this refers to is that the occult archaeometric doctrine of Masonry is that by accessing alternate universes through sodomy, especially of young boys, you can access alternate dimensions of reality through what are called the tunnels of Typhon.
What the shit, dude?
That through this sexual perversion, they can access these tunnels into alternate universes, alternate realities. And the goal of this kind of magic is to find your own universe and become the god over that universe. This buys into the modern day physics theory that there's many, many dimensions of reality. Maybe you've read about that. Alternate universes. It shows up in science fiction a lot. And then once you're the god of this universe, you can start sucking the energy out of it. And you can use that
I don't think so, Phil.
energy through this child to live forever and ever and ever. And there are men, I have met several that claim to be hundreds of years old. Now, of course, are they lying their lips off? I frankly think they are. This is a deception. I mean, this is such a problem that we are actually, I now know of 5 national support groups that are helping people that are survivors of Masonic ritual abuse.
That's probably true. That's probably true, dude. We know that they do a lot of like rituals shit and stuff like that, and like fucking sacrifices, especially with children.
That serious a problem. And let me tell you something else. The other 95, 96, 97 Masons have an even bigger problem, because the spiritual headship over their organization trickles back down to this monster.
Hey, Captain Super Rates.
And because of that, even if they're good men,
What did you find?
even if they don't know about this, you know what happens? They begin to struggle with
Still, it's something you might not want to look into, but it's definitely fucking happening, dude. You can also see signs of that on the Epstein Island. There's all sorts of symbolism that evolved around torture, sacrifice, gifts, and shit like that, dude. So there's also videos of some of it, dude. It's a very dark topic that I fucking hate. I fucking hate it, dude. But it's definitely happening. It's definitely fucking happening. I'm doing good, Captain Super Rates. If you look into it, you'll fucking find it, dude. And it's some dark shit. There's also videos of US politicians, like female politicians, and an assistant, like raping a kid and tearing off the fucking face of the kid, dude. It's fucking nuts.
Found temptations to move in this area of pedophilia and homosexuality. And this is dangerous stuff. I mean, this is spreading throughout the world like a plague. We have organizations like NAMBLA, the National Association of Man-Boy Love, which their slogan is sex before 8 or it's too late. And they're trying to lower the age of consent to 8 years old. And all of this can be laid at the door of this occult monstrosity. If you're a Mason and you're in an organization with this kind of spiritual headship, this is all around you and you don't even know it. It's like a fish swimming in polluted water that's full of spiritual sewage. And you can't help but take this into yourself. But it's important to understand that in all of this, that I myself, as a normal, red-blooded heterosexual, was finding myself continually drawn into sexual thoughts and sexual fantasies about little boys. I thank God I never acted on any of that. But it was being
very honest,
forced on me because I was under the umbrella of the Masonic leadership. And it is really a very tragic thing. But it is very real, this kind of headship. He had so many Masonic degrees that you could fill up 5 pages of a book with them. This guy was probably the most highly honored.
There's a reason why the feds fucking raided P. Diddy, dude. There's a reason why there's mass graves on Epstein Islands that was never exhumed and investigated. Because everyone in the fucking CIA and the feds, they fucking knew what was happening there. They are part of it. They work with these people. Right? And they probably went there to take away the fucking evidence. Yeah, but Sean, they think that, I believe. I talked to some people as well. Some of them worship like Satan and shit like that. But some of them are good and some of them are bad. It's not like all of them are bad. It's some weird shit, dude. It's very tough finding like exactly what's happening there. And maybe some of those who says they are Masons, they might be like not Masons, you know. By that I mean there's probably like fake Masons clubs out there, dude. But there's definitely like a real Mason club, like a shit fucking high level hierarchy where there's very much secrecy around it, and with like a sick entry level. I heard some of it once. If you had to like submit, you get like raped by a bunch of people, dude. It's fucking nuts.
Mason in the world, and he was also the most dangerous man of the 20th century. And he began doing rituals to bring forth this crowned and conquering child. And he began to start what he called the...
Remember, one of the UN leaders said that 8 million kids goes missing every year. Right? That's a lot. That's a fucking lot, dude. That's because there's so many organizations that are like embedded in all systems that are there to siphon off these kids.
Of the fascinating child. And in doing this, he uncovered, without knowing it, the royal secret of Masonry. And what happened was, a gentleman came knocking at his door after he published a book. And in this book, it was a book of poetry. And in the
Did
book,
anyone can do that? Travel to London.
his name was Theodore Royce. And this Theodore Royce told Crowley that he had given away the greatest secret in occult history. And Crowley said, "What do you mean? I don't even understand it." So the guy promptly initiated him on the spot to the 9th degree of the OTO and then explained the secret to him. The secret is that as a Mason, you are promised immortality. If you go to a Masonic funeral, you will hear them discuss the immortality issue. You will hear them promise that they will go to the celestial lodge above and live there forever. Where do they get their promise of immortality? Simply, the secret that Crowley uncovered, probably through demonic intervention, is the secret that this immortality is conveyed through sex magic.
Exactly.
The kind of sex magic that we're talking about here, unfortunately, is a sexual violation of a little child. Crowley taught that the way you could live forever was by vampirizing little children sexually. And he personally bragged of having slaughtered 150 male children in 1 year.
I think there is something you can look into about if you consume like child blood or something like that, you will actually age slower, and that's something that has been done throughout history. This is nothing new. There's pictures of like fucking that goes back ages where they like sip fucking blood and shit. It's fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting, dude. Exactly. But back then they would be way more primitive. I think they would just fucking drink the blood. It's just fucking aching inside just by the thought of it, dude. I saw like a photo, not a photo, but a drawing. Just dated back fucking long time, but like a fucking it's fucking nuts, dude. But it's most likely real and scientifically working. You guys have seen when some of these celebrities, in one day, they fucking age like a fucking like 10, 20 years or something like that, dude. What's her face? The one from Friends. No, that's not it, dude. So if it was Photoshop, you wouldn't find historical evidence of that, cool. So it's not that, dude. And you can also see there's evidence of adrenochrome being transferred around the planet. There's a logistical hub in the Netherlands. And you can look at adrenochrome on Wiki. It's like oxidized adrenaline, which is what the theory is about, that you instill fear in someone, a kid, right? And they exert adrenaline, and then you kill them, right? Courtney Cox is the one who all of a sudden appeared like super fucking old, dude, from one day to another. And I think Sandra Bullock said on air that they take pieces of a kid and inject it into her face, and then she remains her youth. That's not adrenochrome though, that's something else. But she said that publicly on air at some show. None of this is just like a Photoshop or conspiracy. All this is like real, dude. It's not HGH, dude. I think the HGH had a rumor back in the day that it could prevent aging, but I'm not sure if that's true. I think it was dismissed, actually. I think so.
This is why he was called the wickedest man in the world. And this, I apologize that this is so horrible, but Masons are doing this.
Obviously, why else would you need like a sick fucking cult, dude? It's nuts. I'm gonna show you a video of, this is the second appeal of Russia's Bentley Combat in Arms Vasily. So you're gonna have to read the text. It's gonna talk to you about what happened to Russell Bentley. This is very demoralizing. you know what? Just so the Russians can fucking listen to what he's saying, I'm gonna fucking do like I did before, because...
Здравствуйте. Мое видеообращение, продолжение первого видеообращения, к сожалению, не менее тревожное, чем первое. Оно касается, опять же, одного человека.
There's definitely many organs coming from Ukraine. There's evidence of entire orphanages being sold for organ harvesting. There's Ukrainians who spoke out about how there was like fucking rows of children being fucking harvested, dude. It's fucking nuts. No, Chabo, you can look up and see what she said. And the what she spoke about is something you can actually do. So a YouTuber did it. And he made a video about it. You don't have to be an elite to do it. You can just pay and go in and do it.
Человека, которого знают очень многие, его зовут Рассел Боннер Бентли, позывной Техас, который, как я говорил в первом видеообращении, был задержан представителями 5-й танковой в Петровском районе города Донецка 8 апреля. После этого этот человек исчез. По данным Следственного комитета, на что вы можете, ссылка на что идет видеообращение Людмилы Бентли, жены Рассела, о том, что Следственный комитет гражданский подтвердил о том, что были найдены останки человека, скорее всего, это был Рассел Бентли. При этом существует много свидетельств о том, когда видели, что возле магазина есть видеозапись, как его задерживали, кто его задерживал, куда его увозили. Об этом всем, чтобы я не повторялся, вы можете просмотреть видеообращение Людмилы Бентли по этому же вопросу. Почему мое видеообращение на самом деле очень тревожное? Потому что мы уже не знаем, к кому нам обращаться. В очередной раз я убеждаюсь, что никому этого ничего не надо, ни мы, ни ветераны, ни вообще того, что происходит там. Потому что других выводов я делать не могу, с учетом того, что знают, кто убил человека жестоко, группой лиц, по преднамеренному сговору. И всем все равно. Поэтому мое видеообращение на данный момент, я обращаюсь к человеку, которого я на самом деле очень сильно уважаю, без лести сказано, есть за что, как говорится. И в очередной раз понимаю, что воюем мы, солдаты, и Путин. Поэтому, уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, без лести сказано слово «уважаемый», я вас прошу отреагировать на то, что произошло. Произошел ужасный случай, был убит символ свободы Донецкой Народной Республики. Рассел Бентли, Техас, человек, который сделал, я даже не знаю сколько, только на моих глазах за 9 лет знакомства, сделал для людей Донецкой Народной Республики, ставил жизнь свою на кон, рисковал ею. И был убит людьми, за которых он когда-то приехал в 2014 году, ставить свою жизнь на кон, разменяв свою жизнь. Ну и где же эта справедливость? Кто же в конце концов призовет к ответственности тех людей, которые, нося форму российского солдата и нося оружие в руках, позволяют себе убивать жестоко, с маниакальным садизмом людей. И не просто людей, а символ нашей народной Донецкой Республики. Дальше мои эмоции. Это даже не эмоции, а просто уже не знаю, что говорить дальше, кому говорить, на кого стучать. Очень прошу, отреагируйте. Пускай виновные получат законное наказание. Потому что если они законно не будут наказаны, то это говорит о том, что там можно делать все, что хочется для других. Так значит, и с ними можно поступить так же, как поступили они. Пожалуйста, ответьте мне на этот вопрос. Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, я вас очень прошу, пожалуйста, пускай справедливость восторжествует. С большим уважением. У меня все.
This is very bad, dude. The remains of Russell Bentley were supposedly located. I don't know when he says remains, what does that mean, dude? How does that look like? But it doesn't seem like there was any fucking justice or accountability being applied, dude. Very fucking bad. Why? Yeah, I think he has some lisp or something too. I don't know. But the point is that that video was a complaint to how justice was not being adhered to in Donetsk. A guy was killed. The investigative committee found the remains. They know who held was a Bentley. There's videos of it, but no one was arrested. I'm just like, what, dude? The 5th Tank Brigade in Donetsk. Something like that. There's videos of them taking him. And the investigative committee have this information. They have everything. They found the remains. They know Russell is dead. They know who last saw him. They know who kidnapped him. Yes, shunt. But the main problem is that it looks like there's a lack of upholding the law in that area, dude. Which is very I don't know. Not what we want to hear, dude. In Khan Yunis, they continue to dig up graves containing hundreds of those killed by Israel's terrorists. More than 700 murdered Palestinians, including women and children, have already been discovered in 3 mass graves that have already been excavated. 3 mass graves, 700 murdered Palestinians. But this is normal. This is Iranian's EMAT missile. I don't know what that is about, though. I wish I would remember some of these fucking names. Because sometimes we look at the arsenal of Israel, I just can't remember shit, dude. It's a giant fucking. They all have the same tip, dude. Yes, Russian soldiers. Russian soldiers kidnapped him, dude. And killed him, most likely. When he was investigating a HIMARS attack on Donetsk, he went down, he filmed the attack, he went to some shop, they kidnapped him there and he fucking died. I don't know what happened to him, dude. I don't know why they killed him. Why would they be killing him, dude? Unless it was like mistaken identity, but I'm just like, how do you, I don't know, dude. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Blinken threatens China with new sanctions due to Russia's support in the war against Ukraine.
In case of the United States, we've already imposed sanctions on more than...
I'm gonna guess that he's at the embassy.
100 Chinese entities.
So Blinken is actually saying this while he's in China.
Export controls, etc.
Yeah, maybe it was like a mistaken identity, but if it is, why would you like kill so fast, dude? Surely there's a way to resolve that.
And we're fully prepared to act, take additional measures, and I made that very clear in my meetings today. Thank you.
Thank you all.
He wasn't a spy. Maybe they thought he was a spy, but then they would have. Then he would have said, "No, look, I have all this history. I work for Sputnik, etc." Right? Why do you think I'm a spy? There would have been some sort of discussion there. The defense minister of Iran and China met in the capital of Kazakhstan. Very curious, dude. Definitely, dude. I can see why I can understand why something like that would happen. If they thought he was a spy, then they might have killed him or something because they were angry or something like that, dude. They themselves might have lost their families, right? And but what doesn't make sense is that if they thought he was a spy, they would have like maybe tried to provoke that from him initially, and he would have said no, and here's the evidence. He would have shown them something, right? 100-mile US glide bombs fail in Ukraine. 100-mile US glide bombs fail in Ukraine. Why? Didn't work due to combination of mud and Russian signal jamming. But it's a glide bomb. It's using the GPS for its guidance, dude. LOL. Fucking LOL. The Russians are using FABs with correction module glide kits, right? They're working perfectly fine. America said, oh, we can do that. Apparently, no, you can't. LOL, dude. There's confirmation that he was arrested by or kidnapped by these people. We know that for certain, Trevor. Whether they killed him, we don't know, but we can assume that pretty easily. We know Ukraine didn't kidnap him. We know that. An interview in Ukraine. What would you wish for the residents of Kramatorsk? A quick liberation from the Russian world. But there's no Russian world there. Oh, not yet. What do you mean, not yet?
Скажіть, будь ласка, що би ви побажали краматорцям?
Що побажали? Ну, побистрішого освобождення від руського міра.
А там нема руського?
А, ще немає?
Як це ще немає?
You guys remember Kramatorsk, right? Kramatorsk is the place where Ukrainians have like foreign mercenaries and shit. And there was like a cafe there that was hit by Russian forces. And there was an American mercenary on video saying, those Russian bastards, there's soldiers under the rubble. And everyone was saying, oh, there's civilians there. George Soros is paying students radicals who are fueling nationwide explosions of Israel's hating protest. What? Why would George Soros go anti-Israel, dude? Why would George Soros go anti-Israel, dude? So fucking dumb. This is from somewhere in Africa, I think. I think it's from somewhere in Africa, boys. The boys are going to attack. I don't know much more than that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a quick update to see what happens, dude. Pause. So I'm just checking the network for new updates. So if you give me a quick moment, dude, to check this. It's probably cute. Hey, Cosmic. We don't see you here often, dude. How are you doing? I'm doing good. So seriously rents protest. Yeah, he does, Sean, but he pays. Soros is doing the bidding of the elites, more or less. He's pushing migrants and paying for election interference. But why would he go against Israel, dude? Prepare the house to move. Why are you moving? I haven't seen the movie called Midsummer. And Toms, are you here? Have you guys seen the Swedish horror called Midsummer? Ancient problem house. Fucked up neighborhood. Okay. Okay. Midsummer is amazingly creepy. Maybe I should watch it, see death. I don't really like when it's too creepy, dude. It's like too much. Then I don't like it. It's just, you know, we talked about earlier with the shit with the kids, right? It's just, I get the same sort of feeling when I watch like too creepy movies, dude. Sometimes it's better just not to know. What do we have, Clicklock? Abu WTF. Are you sure we can watch that? We can watch that, right? I'm just like, what? That's a drone, I think. I think it's a drone, dude. What? Are you sure we can watch it? Shit, dude, he's fucking okay, dude. He's okay. Did you see that, dude? Bam. Combat, what were you saying? That's very easy to defend against the drones. Combat is not respawning. I think combat went nuts, dude. Because he got debunked. Combat got debunked too. He's on Discord. I'm just referring to him like he's here. Yeah. So US. We've already seen how Ukrainian drones are shot down with hunting rifles and shot down with shovel. Now we have seen how Ukrainian drones are shot down with a sack of potatoes. Is that what it was, dude? Is that what it was, dude? Turbo, check Casey's Discord, dude. You're not doing enough, Turbo. So what do we have else? Military equipment drove along the garden ring to participate in the rehearsal of the victory parade in Red Square. I know, Cosmic. It's we looked at the aid. A lot of it is just gonna go to bullshit things. I'm not sure if they are gonna get anything beneficial from it, honestly. The attack is beneficial because of the range too. China is calling for the launch of international investigation into the Nord Stream terrorist attack under the auspices of the UN.
Что у международного сообщества остается неудовлетворенность в этом.
Good, China. Good. Kyiv brings chaos to Europe. What is that, dude? Not by much,
While
she
the Russian
does.
military is capturing one Ukrainian stronghold,
I don't even think it will prolong it.
NATO is scraping money together to keep the Kiev regime alive. Meanwhile, Ukraine is hunting down its own citizens in an attempt to find more cannon fodder for the meat grinder of war. Russian flags are raised on one newly captured settlement after another. Over the past days alone, the rapid Russian advance resulted in control of 3 strategically important villages north of Avdiivka. No deployment of additional reinforcements, including the units equipped with the US-made Abrams tanks, helped to hold the defense west of Avdiivka. All the main strongholds there have already fallen. If the Ukrainian military command does not allow the withdrawal of the remaining troops from the northern outskirts of Berdichi, this battlefield is likely to turn into another mass grave. The Russian military also won another heavy battle in the southern Donetsk direction.
Because when Russia is moving along the front line, that aid they're sending is never going to touch this.
Russian forces.
Ukraine might be able to hit something in the rear, but it's not on a scale that matters.
Gained a foothold at the refractory plant in Krasnogorovka. This large facility was turned into the main stronghold of the Ukrainian army in the area, which, in order to strengthen, large resources were sent. The Russian flag over the plant may become a turning point in the battle for the town, which is located on the hills and offers fire control over a large surrounding area. The pace of the Russian advance in different directions marks cracks in the entire Ukrainian defense in the Donbass and the depletion of the Ukrainian military. No amount of military support from the West could help the Ukrainian army gain back the initiative, but rather only prolong its agony. Suffering heavy losses, Kiev is faced with an acute shortage in manpower. While the military commissars are hunting for drivers for Leopard and Abrams tanks on the streets, Kiev is taking unpopular measures looking for some legal ways to expand the mobilization. In May, a new law will enter into power and allow Kiev to take more young, elderly, and handicapped people to the front. Violating the constitution, Kiev does not allow potential soldiers to hide either in Ukraine or abroad. Ukraine suspended all consular services to men of military age living abroad. Kiev's policy may help find some more cannon fodder, but it has more important long-term consequences, mainly for the European states which are already suffering from the poor control of migration. Thrown out of the legal field, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have every chance to strengthen thriving criminal structures in Europe.
It's looking bad, boys. It's looking bad. Is this in English?
How is it that in this environment of...
This is Dutch political commentator, Eva. At the behest of globalist institutions, governments are deliberately creating food shortages as a means of seizing control.
The Ukraine-Russia war, when people are already starting to talk about global food crises. The leaders of many countries are predicting actual food shortages happening around the world. How is it that all of a sudden, well, at least seemingly all of a sudden to people outside of the country, the Dutch government decided to propose a policy that will put somewhere between 30 to 50% of the farmers out of business? How did that happen?
That's some fucking design. That's by design, dude. And these farms were bought by the fucking rich, the wealthy. I think fucking Bill Gates bought some, dude. That's right, Chicane.
The half to it is that it's about control. So this is apparently something that they want. I don't see any other explanation. If you go forward with these types of plans in a time of, well, known food shortages on the horizon, then the only thing I can see in that is intent. Mm-hmm. And the only reason that I could see a government do that is because they could gain control from it. Mm-hmm. Because what better way to control people than to control what they eat and when they can eat? Mm-hmm. So I don't have another answer to that than that it's intentional, sadly.
So you're saying it's about control, but can you like go a little bit deeper on that? How does the government actually gain control by putting all these farmers out of work?
So obviously there's an agenda against meat in general. It's cattle farm that they're trying to come after, and there is a global agenda pushing for us to eat insects, but also eating fake meat produced by people like Bill Gates, for example. There are some ties also with Bill Gates and the Dutch government that are, I think, very interesting to mention. If you decide what people eat and if there are food shortages, for example, what could happen is that they introduce some sort of food stamp system. That's thinkable. That would obviously be a digital one. Wouldn't be like back in the World War where, you know, you would get paper ones. They would say, no, we're going to use a digital system for it this time because that would prevent it from being fraudulent. You know, people can't have each other's or steal each other's stamps. It would be personally related to your ID. So it would all tie together with the digital identity that they are setting up right now. Because all of this comes from institutions that are trying to push for that type of digital global identity anyway. So that's, for example, a way that I could see that this would happen. They could do that with food stamps, but they could do it, for example, with energy as well. So obviously we're also having an energy crisis, and they would use terms as equal distribution of wealth, equal distribution of energy, equal distribution of foods. So those are things that you could do as a government to control your people once food scarcity hits. And well, you know, I don't know how bad it's going to get, but it's definitely something that apparently they don't mind, at least, happening. So
obviously this is gonna fucking happen, dude. There's no way when you can destroy the fucking farms and European farmers are rising up without it being fucking relevant. The European farmers have been rising up for half a year now, if not more, dude. The oldest protest we saw is fucking a year old, right? From the Netherlands. That's not by fucking accident, dude. Ah. Huh. A significant presence of Jewish protesters is noticeable in the pro-Palestine protests spreading across American universities. Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes, dude.
هذول جروب يهود معنا
Trump advisors discuss penalties for nations that move away from the dollar. What the fuck, dude? Why would you? Fuck off. Just fuck off. It's so much easier, dude. Ukrainian recruitment officers have become the most hated social group only after the Ukrainian politicians.
Будете знаєте хто? Як типа як Беркута. Після коли як війна закінчиться, ви тупо як Беркута, вас будуть всі чмирити, тупо базарю, да. Вас вже всі чмирять. Що? Ви питали, наші документи ми вам пред'явили. Так а хто такі, що я вам показую документи? Хто таке ТЦК? Хто таке ТЦК? Скажи мені, будь ласка, хто таке ТЦК? Так поясни мені, я не знаю. Так скажи мені. Хто таке ТЦК? Хто таке ТЦК, скажи мені. Хто ти такий? Хто таке ТЦК?
We condemn any bad words mentioned. US versus Russia. Why the Biden strategy in Africa may be failing? It's because you were chased out by the Wagners, dude. You were chased out. Lol, this is Ben Gvir, dude. His car was involved in a traffic accident. What the shit? Ben Gvir was involved in a horrific traffic accident. He's injured. What the shit, dude? We saw him earlier get into a car. People were trying to get at him, dude. I can't see who's where, dude. I can't see anyone. Yes, okay. Look at that guy. What the shit? There's gonna be more footage. That guy was filming, dude. That guy is upside down. It's very tough to tell what happened here, dude. Do you condemn Israel?
Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn the Israelis? Because they're the ones that murdered 200 people this year. They're the ones that have a wall wrapped around a population with machine guns pointed at their faces. They're the ones that have snipers that can shoot kids through the kneecaps and nothing happens. You won't even write about it. They're the ones that do airstrikes on Syrian commercial airliner and runways just because they can, and that's not considered an act of war. They're the ones that can just get settlers from Boston or New York and put them in someone else's house, in someone else's living room, and say, I live here now, I'm Jewish, God gave it to me, get out of here. Or worse, they just take a bulldozer bulldozer, smash down someone's property because they won't give them permits. They only give permits to the self-proclaimed chosen race of God. And then they build Jewish-only settlements, which by law only Jews can live in, on top of homes where other people used to live, who were born there and been there for generations. That's some of the context of the occupation these people are living with daily. And in Gaza, it's worse than the West Bank. They're on a calorie diet. They're not allowed to have an airport. They're not allowed to have a seaport. They can't have free trade. They're locked in, no one out. And routinely, they'll just turn off the water, turn off the power. They call it mowing the lawn when they go in and blow up a few buildings here and there, blow up the AP building, bomb the university, they bomb the agricultural centers, because Hamas is hiding under the chickens or something. They want these people to suffer. They want to force them to leave because
the
world community will not stomach somebody murdering 2 million people. And so they want to kill enough of them, scare enough of them that they leave on their own accord.
I don't know who that is, dude. Ryan Dawson. Sean, remind me. Tomorrow we can take a look at him. But only if you remind me. Ben Gvir. That's him. I knew we would get another angle, dude. That's Ben Gvir. That's the same car, there's a different angle. The Russian Ministry of Defense reported that today we turned off the lights again. Did you hit an energy facility? 2 arrivals at the Persian thermal power plant. The air defense did not work, or it's not there. It is curious that the first time for a long time Geranium-2 UAVs are not used in attacks on military energy facilities in Ukraine. If the drones are not used, if the Geraniums are not used, that's probably because there is no air defense. That's Ben Gvir, boys. Obviously this video is old, dude. It's very old. It's 12 o'clock, so like 4 or 5 hours. Cute. Train with sauna. Typical fucking Russia, dude. That's him. He's the one on the ground, dude. He's moving at least. I don't see any blood. I don't see no blood, dude. Israel's Minister of National Security overturns his calm. The official involved in an accident is urgently taken to the hospital. The car in which Israel's Minister of National Security Ben Gvir was traveling overturned on the highway. The footage shows that a car of an official from the government of the country's ruling Netanyahu lights up and blah blah. Who is known for the general public of okay, so there's no information there, dude. I'm just trying to catch up to see what we can find. Nothing. Nothing. George Soros confirmed riots. I don't fucking believe George Soros did these riots, dude. It makes no sense.
I just want to state that the contents in this video are for entertainment purposes only. I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's just for shits and giggles. There are zero facts. I'm an idiot.
File police murders.
Can you tell us how the fire started, Kim?
We do know that the fire started on a shelf that had evidence, but what is still a mystery this morning is what ignited this fire that caused so much damage.
How much could possibly be salvaged?
We won't really know the magnitude of what was destroyed in there until we have an opportunity to look at the envoys and see what was in there, and then see what we can salvage, and then we'll go from
8 barrels. They could only salvage 8 barrels out of an entire warehouse. So what I noticed is that a lot of the elite's trials and traffickings happened in New York City, including Jeffrey Epstein.
This is a very high stakes case. I think this case. So once trafficked woman would then become a recruiter. She would find 4. Those 4 would find 4, and then you've got this unbelievable labyrinth of people, and everybody kept perpetrating this scheme.
Leaves you wondering, what is actually going on here?
I personally don't believe George Soros was part of anything, dude. This is that fucking bridge. There's a ship passing through at this point, dude. So look how long it's gonna take to clear this. It's still stuck, dude. It's been like 2 weeks, man. Ben Givia, is that the video we saw? I'm trying to like look to see if we can see blood or anything. I don't see anything, dude. I see no blood, honestly. I saw a reporter that was on the side, dude. There's a reporter. So there's no information about what happened to him, dude. That one, is that another Soviet one? They fucking Ukrainians, dude. The Ukrainians are going nuts. They're removing all the like anti-fascist symbols because the Russians are fascists, so we're gonna remove all the anti-fascist monuments in Ukraine. It's just fucking ridiculous, dude. That's the cope of the Americans. Oh, we have to remove all the people who are against fascists because the enemy is fascist. Fucking ridiculous, dude. So fucking dude.
We are still, at our core, a democracy. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it.
We give thanks for all our men and women in uniform. We give thanks for the freedoms they defend. The freedom to think what we want and say what we think. People around the world are fighting and even dying for their chance at these freedoms.
We will defend our freedom. We will bring freedom to others.
America was founded on liberty and independence. We are born free and we will stay free.
So it is the policy of the United States to seek and support the growth of democratic movements and institutions in every nation and culture with the ultimate goal of ending tyranny in our world.
I just want to tell you that America is the greatest place on earth.
That is the true genius of America.
Is that a bomber? TU-22. It's heading to Ukraine, boys. It's heading to Ukraine. So what the fuck happened here, dude? Head of Caucasia, Kosovo, stated that the incident at Chechnya airport, that the Moldovan authorities are doing everything to detain or humiliate her. This is the head of the Caucasian Autonomous Republic in Moldova. She was fucking detained in Moldova, dude, because she went to Russia. Fucking despicable, dude. Turbo, check Casey's Discord. Do something, Turbo. It's important. I don't think we're gonna see anything, dude. There's nothing.
The
FBI?
2014. Spent my first 7 years investigating violent crimes on Indian reservations. Eventually moved to Florida to work on child pornography and human trafficking. In 2021, I was reassigned and told that those child pornography cases were no longer a priority for the FBI, and I needed to focus on domestic terrorism. When I made the transition, I got my first look at the January 6 investigations and became immediately concerned. The FBI is departing from its own guidelines and rules for managing cases. I brought my concerns forward. I told my supervisors that what we were doing was jeopardizing righteous cases and putting the public safety at risk. Within 30 days, the FBI suspended my security clearance and placed me into an indefinitely unpaid, suspended position for the FBI. The security division tried to compel me to lie to them so they could charge me with a crime. The FBI rejected my multiple requests for outside employment because I was in an unpaid status. If the FBI is willing to do that to one of its own people, what are they willing to do to the regular American citizen who they are duty-bound to protect?
I'm going through this as fast as I can. I don't want to set up too late. It's almost 1 a.m., dude. Nothing. Nothing. I'm just going it fast. There was something here I did a bit too quickly, dude. That one we saw. That one we saw. Fuck off. That. Nope.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was excuse me.
No, I'm gonna. Fuck, there's so much bullshit, dude. What is this? Looks like a fucking balloon, dude. A non-nuclear submarine. ClickLock sent me something. What is that, dude? Petrushev speaks out about the crimes of migrants. Teo. I'm gonna wait with Teo until that one, dude. What is this? Rear hatchway. Front engine. Stronger. The engine is in the front? What the fuck is this, dude? Mountable armor. Gun. Floating smoke launch. Blah, blah, blah. Replacement tracks. Okay. Muzzle brake. Camera. What is that, dude? France and Germany have confirmed their plans to jointly develop a next generation tank that'll be equipped with artificial intelligence and laser technology. I wanted to send this to Combat. Where is he? Turbo. Turbo, dude. Alright. What is this then? Is that the turtle tank? Yes, okay. Apparently. But everyone keeps developing them. Iron Kaput. Footage from the secret laboratory of the first Reimark has appeared online where Dwankel and Shankel are modernizing Panzerschrecks by installing King barbecues on them. To enslave the rebellious something. So they're no longer... Okay, there's no geolocation, dude. Very cool. I love this one, dude. I'm gonna geolocate this. Click like. You need to look in general of the comments on the picture and the next one. What? What is with the fucking chains, dude? I realized I read the text. I read the text. Picture shows European dreams of an effective tank of the future. This one. And here's the harsh reality. I still wonder about the fucking chains, dude. I don't think so. I don't fucking think so with the drones. I just don't think so. I think it's something else.
Right now in Harlem, Bronx, people are starting to wake up.
Yeah, but I ain't had to wake up because I'm already from New York City. Two things he said kept his word to. One, once he get in that the average New Yorker can't live on minimum wage, he changed that. Two, he gave the people the First Step Act. A lot of people that Biden sent to jail to do 30 years for non-violent crimes, Trump actually gave them a chance to go back in front of the judge and gave them a second shot at life. Joe Biden is the same person that wrote all the crack laws that made 1 gram of crack equals 100 grams of cocaine.
Why is everybody hating this man? Why? What is wrong? When I came here, I looked into what he's been trying to do, and I see he got the right policies, and he's the only man that can make this country great.
2016, you voted for Trump. 2020, and again 2024.
Yeah, so Trump all the way, man.
I don't know if Trump did shit, dude.